All right, hold on. We're live. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of the eManifest Advisory Board public meeting. My name is Fred Jenkins, and I am the designated federal officer of the eManifest Advisory Board. And getting started, we're going to do a quick roll call of the board members. I'm going to hand the microphone over to Carolyn very quickly to do a roll call. And also, I just have after the roll call, I have a follow-up nixon that I want to do from yesterday as a result of yesterday's discussion, just to follow up with the agency and the board before we go on to the public comment period. So I'm going to hand the microphone over to Ms. Carolyn Hoskinson. She is the delegated chair of the eManifest Advisory Board and the director of the Office of Resource Conservation and Recovery. Carolyn.
Thank you so much, Fred. So I wanted to start off by thanking everyone who participated in the meeting yesterday. I think we had a great discussion, lots of wonderful clarifying questions that people asked. They were very helpful. Look forward to a great discussion today. And with that, I will turn it over to the board members to introduce themselves, starting with Terry.
Thank you, Carolyn. Good morning, everyone. Terry Bear, the Solid and Hazardous Waste Manager for Arizona Department of Environmental Quality. I'm here on the board as a state representative.
Good morning, Tom Baker, Vice President of Environmental Health and Safety for Veolia, representing industry representative, one of the group today. Our company has operations that include hazardous waste treatment facilities, transportation activities, and waste generation as well.
Morning, Joshua Berman from the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency, state representative on the board. I'm a senior environmental specialist. I've been working on manifesting and e-manifesting for about 16 years. Minnesota is one of the states that prior to e-manifest collected hard copy manifests and is bringing that experience to the board.
Hi, Mike Hurley, Massachusetts Department of Environmental Protection. I serve as the chief of the Hazardous Waste and Solid Waste Data Systems branch. I'm a state representative. Thanks.
Good morning. I am Tevfik Kosar. I am a professor of computer science and engineering at the University of Buffalo. I am also serving as a program director in the Office of Advanced Cyber Infrastructure at the National Science Foundation. I'm here in the board as an IT expert member. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Jill Mayshak with Xcel Energy. I am one of the industry representatives, and I'm bringing experience as a generator, transporter, and facility. Also the use with RCRA hazardous waste, as well as TSCA PCBs.
Cindy? Are you here?
I apologize. Better?
Yep.
Okay, I'm Cindy Walzak. I'm project manager for MPS Group. I'm an industry representative. MPS Group provides waste management services to various industries, including automotive, rail car, iron and steel, to name a few.
Thank you. That is the board introduction. So Fred, I think we have some preliminary information to share this morning.
Yes, thank you so much, Carolyn. So good morning again, everyone. So as you all will recall, yesterday I mentioned that the EPA presenters, eManifest team had a little bit of homework to do over after yesterday's meeting. The board they did their presentations to the board, and the board has some follow-up questions. They needed clarity and information. My colleagues, as always, they did their homework really quickly. I mean, like immediately after. I got an email from them giving me the answers. From them giving me the answers to provide to the advisory board. So and I'm just going to mix in these to read them in the record. And also I'm going to ask the board if they have any questions about the information I sent you yesterday evening after the close of the meeting. So they sent a list of TSDFs of all generator IDs and the amount of registered generators and the percent of notified generators. They also sent a list of registered users with unique users, including unique users registered per month and with e-manifest permissions. I'm not sure exactly what that means. I assume you all understand that. And also, they provided a RCRA info web public access analytics information. So, and it's essentially, I think it was about a total of about 4 files that I sent you all last night. So, and I'm sure you all got a chance to review them because someone sent me a question about accessing one of the files. So you already late last night looking through that information. So do you have any questions for the agency? Are you clear on that additional information?
I think Tom has a question.
Yes, Fred, is there any reason why we couldn't review them as a group right now for a few minutes?
Sure. It's just that I don't. I would have to send them to a contractor. I don't know if he will be able to pull them up on his screen, but this, yeah. So, and this is all publicly accessible information, correct, Steve?
Yes,
Steve,
this is public. Yes, public information.
So Frank, can I forward you? I'll forward you the files that were sent to me last night, and hopefully you can pull them up. Would that be okay if we can do that, Tom? We're going to try.
Yeah, that'd be great. I appreciate the effort. Yeah, I think it'd be just nice to share them together and see them together as a group if possible.
Okay. Give me one moment. Okay, I just sent them, and so while they are while he's waiting to get those files, do you have any? Can you start with any question in regards to that information while we're waiting? Any general questions to get the ball rolling and start discussion? Start that discussion. And again, let me clarify to our audience members that. Day one, the purpose of day one of the meeting was to make sure that the e-manifest advisory board is fully informed, fully clear about all the information that the EPA has provided so that they can be fully informed in answering the charge questions. So that's why there's ample opportunity for them to ask clarification questions after EPA presents during each of the presentations. And so we're just going to spend a little extra time to do this. It's well worth time because you want to make sure that the board is fully informed. And so after we finish with this morning and getting clarification on the additional information that was sent, it will be the public's time to provide public comments. And the public, we have 3 public commenters, oral public commenters signed up. Thank you for those who signed up, and thank you also to those who provided written public comments. So after the public comment period occurs, then you will see a similar situation where the public commenter will present and the board will have the opportunity to ask questions to the public commenter to make sure they're fully informed from the public perspective, public stakeholder perspective. So
Fred, let me just interrupt for 1 second. Steve, could you let us know which of the 4 documents would be best to put on the screen first?
That is a question for Mr. Tom Baker. Which I suppose we could start with the, well, it depends on what the question is.
Well, I mean, I think we should put them all up. Doesn't matter to me where we start, whatever is most logical. I guess just want to make sure we understand the data all the same.
Oh, sure, absolutely. Yeah, so let's start with the new users per month with eManifest permissions to a site. That's a nice, easy to read bar chart.
So Steve, while Frank is finding that and displaying it, could you explain what it is, and then it will hopefully appear on our screen while you're talking?
Yes, so the question that was asked yesterday was that the board would like to know for registered users, what is the number of, what is the amount of users being registered who can participate in eManifest per month? And this is a, eManifest is a part of the RCRA info application. So there are permissions either for site manager, which is a role that crosses all the different industry modules. For example, a site manager can do an eManifest as well as submit a biennial report or submit a MyRCRA ID, site ID notification, or an annual report. This allows the site and also manage the users into and out of that site, so they can manage people that have different roles and permissions. And then an eManifest permission is someone who's been granted access to a site, to an industry site, who can solely do eManifest related work. They can either view the manifest for that site, they can prepare the manifest for that site and participate in QuickSign. They can certify, which means they can prepare a manifest, view a manifest, but also do the Chrome Air signature for the final manifest copy or correction. And they can also, certify, that's it. They have to do an electronic signature agreement. So those are the three specific eManifest permissions. They can certify, they can prepare, or they can view. And this chart goes through the number of users signed per month, the number of individual users who've been granted permissions either through Site Manager or the eManifest permission per month, going back to April of 2018.
Okay, so thanks, Steve. Again, Tom Baker. So I guess my only question on this slide would be, if you look back, the 20 months prior, it's pretty consistent data, except for, I guess looks like that's maybe February. I'm not sure what month that is.
January, February, yes.
Huge spike there. Anything we can associate that to? Any ideas?
I don't have the data in front of me right now. We can look into that. I'm guessing that it is, my suspicion is this is a lot of site manager approvals for the biennial reports. That was my suspicion. Thanks, Scott just confirmed that in the chat. But yes, those are people getting site manager access to prepare biennial reports.
Okay, great. That makes sense. Okay. Yeah. No.
Okay.
Are there any other questions from anyone? Terry?
Yeah. So what is the percentage of the universe that EPA expects this to be? I mean, so, out of all the users that, I think you guys had some numbers when you originally launched eManifest that you expected. What percent are you there? Is it only 20% of registered users? Does that make sense in what I'm trying to convey?
That's a very good question. So the answer to that is from sort of broken down by sort of universe of users. So we have the receiving facilities are essentially 100% registered because they need to have someone to sign the manifest as well as somebody who can pay the bill. So they are 100% registered. Now, the other two areas, the generators and transporters, there's a couple ways of looking at that, because I believe there's something upwards of 200 and some thousand generator IDs in RCRA info. However, all these generators are not created equally. So there's generator sites that do thousands of manifests a year. Of that 200,000, then the large majority of those generators aren't doing so many manifests per year. So there's one, maybe SQGs or barely notifiers, or they do maybe 5 or 10 manifests a year. So that sort of universe of 200,000 generators is the distribution is, it's not spread across equally. So at EPA headquarters, what we've been doing for the last few months is we've been identifying generators that do a large amount of manifest, that don't have site managers or registered e-manifest user on them to bring them into the workload. So I don't have in front of me right now the numbers of generators or transporters that participate in the e-manifest system and don't have a registered site manager. I know we have that information, and for the perspective of the program, we want people that are doing manifests to have a registered user for that site, ideally a site manager, so they can approve access and sign and perform corrections and participate in the electronic workflow. We are sort of working our way down the list, just sort of at a headquarters level, identifying sites. But that sort of raw number of like, what's the percentage of sites that don't have that sort of registering all of those sites, that's a moving target. And from the e-manifest program perspective, it's something that we want to see everybody registered, but we want to see the people with the most manifests registered first.
Yeah, so I guess the context I was trying to understand is, are you seeing registered users because they're trying to get copies of their manifest that maybe the TSD had submitted, or I think as one of my fellow board members mentioned yesterday, there's actually TSDs that are pushing that they have no intention of doing the electronic, and so so how many have registered, but they just don't use the electronic because the direction that they're getting from their TSD. So I'm just trying to understand what make up the universe that encompasses.
Okay, so I'm trying
to know if there's
a
way of tracking that.
So we're looking at the universe of generators that have been registered on them, because I'm sort of trying to, I'm feeling this is another homework assignment. So we're looking at all the generators that have been listed on the manifest that have a register. So the sort of the universe of generators that have a valid EPA ID that have been listed on a manifest, and whether or not the percentage of those who have participating in electronic been on an electronic manifest. Is that fair to say what we're looking for?
Yeah, I think yes. Yeah, I think you captured that correctly. Because I think in one of the other sheets that you're going to show, I think you showed number of counts for TSD.
Yes. Yes. So we do have that. So sort of skipping ahead, if we can move on to the the TSDFs and their generators that the Excel document.
Can I ask, this is
Sure.
Jill Mayshak, can I ask a quick question while we're still on this one before we move on?
Yeah, Jill, please do.
Yeah,
Thank
I'm
you.
good. Go ahead, Jill.
Just a clarifying question really quick. Steve, you had mentioned that there were users that were not in RCRA info yet. Is that because, or I'm sorry, that there's no site manager yet? Is that because they registered as a certifier or under another level? Or is that because they're utilizing the system through a hybrid method with the transporter and facility electronically signing? Do you know the answer to that? Thank you.
Do I know the answer to that?
Can you share any information about why they do not have a site manager?
I can't share any information about why or why not they don't have a site manager. A lot of times there is just an education. It is sort of, they're like, oh, I want to do e-manifest, so I'm going to do an e-manifest permission. Sometimes that site manager isn't available to them. I will say, as we're going through this list at headquarters, we have a sort of a very simple sort where it's, does this site have an active site manager? have they been listed on a manifest, like how many times they've lived. So it's like, sort of imagine the left column is EPA ID, then the next column is how many times that EPA ID has been listed on a manifest, and then the third column is yes or no, do they have a site manager? So we don't consider, for the purposes of what we're doing at headquarters, we want people to have site managers because we feel that that gives the whatever, generator, transporter, receiving facility, it gives them the most control over their site and allows them to manage your business the best way possible. So they can approve users, they can manage their electronic signature agreements, they can sign manifests, they can manage their site. So from our perspective here at headquarters is that we want people that should have access to a site to have a site manager, for at least we recommend 2 site managers for managing the site and running things. So how we're doing it at headquarters is we'd like to have site managers. Other states who manage the site manager permissions and the other permissions inside the RCRA Info Industry app have their own perspective and their own way of doing things. But at the headquarters level, we like to have, if it's appropriate for the person requesting access, we want them to have a site manager access. We've upgraded a few people.
I appreciate that. I was just curious whether you thought that whether they were utilizing the hybrid method or it was fully electronic or not at all.
Steve, do you have any response to that before? I see that Michael has his hand up, but I want to make sure we've addressed Jill's question before we move on to the next question.
So they don't have a site manager. How are they using, did I miss that? How are they using the system?
Well, they're using the system. If they don't have, they just have an e-manifest permission. They're using it to either view, prepare, or do the certifying of a Chromair copy of record, either through corrections or final signature. We encourage site managers also because there is this is the industry application. So being a site manager will allow the users to do e-manifest and manage their users for e-manifest, but also allow them to submit biannual reports, annual reports. If the state they're located in is opted into My RCRA ID, they can electronically update their notification forms. There's a broad swath of sort of cross-module functionality a user can do when they're a site manager rather than being just sort of stovepiped into e-manifest.
Sure. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Michael.
Yeah, hi, thanks. I just had a question, Steve. In Massachusetts, we use the industry application for everything, right? So BR, My RCRA ID, e-manifest and everything. And so we try to make sure that every facility has a site manager just so they can access all parts. And we make a real effort to make sure they understand that they have access to all of these things. Have you noticed that states that are using the entire, the whole swath of modules, are you getting a higher registration rate for those states? Like if you were just using e-manifest, you might not be using My RCRA ID. Maybe you're not using BR, you're still translating or something. Would they have lower rates because they're only using, you don't get the full bang for the buck, right? You're only using one module. Have you noticed there's a difference in that?
I have not noticed a difference in that. I'll be sort of I'm breaking things down into sort of state by states. We have David Graham's our state implementation lead. We haven't looked that. I haven't certainly. That's a valid question. It's a good question. It'd be something to look at, but I don't have an answer for you right now. Whether participation is. I'm imagining participation would increase if there's more options available to that user for.
And I was wondering too if you guys have considered. So when the user logs into their industry application, portal, have you considered annoying banner ads that sort of say, that you have access to all these things? Because people may not be aware of it. And it's just some tab they've never clicked on, or what have you. But you could put something in there that says, hey. You're in there to do the BR or something. Have you checked your manifests? Here's how, or something like that. Because that would be, I mean, as we talk about issues of data quality and all that, if people were more aware that they may have inaccurate information posted against their account, they might be more willing to go and edit it and fix it.
But we have done a few of those toasts to make some announcements with QuickSign or upcoming deadlines or notifications. One of the areas we're considering are just across the RCRA info application is just sort of for the industry side, when they log in, there'll be a notes section of upcoming items. That's something we have considered, and we've heard it'd be a good way to communicate out. I know we call those toasts when that little banner comes down at the top. I've been told I like to toast too much, but because it does get repetitive for the users who are logging in. But I do think that that it's a good way. There's a lot of messages that need to get out to industry users, and we have a lot of tools available to us, and we shouldn't overlook that. One of the big tools we have is people just logging into the system and seeing what's up.
Right, exactly. Thanks.
Okay, any other board members have questions about this slide before we move on? Terry?
Yeah, and I just wanted to build on what Mike was saying. I think you got a lot of great data here, Steve, and obviously, I think like the large peak of the 3,000, the BR. I don't know if the 1,200 this past January is associated to the requirement that SQGs have to kind of recertify their with that 4-year requirement from the generator improvement. So yeah, I think there's a lot of data that could be maybe extrapolated from this about what the purpose of the users are doing or coming in, and that's kind of what I was trying to understand was what all is there to kind of read from this, because it's a lot of users. I just don't know what the is it only 20% of it, and what is the purpose? And so thank you.
Okay, there were a couple other pieces of supplemental information. Steve, what would be the most logical one to go to next? You're on mute.
Yes, let's go to TSDFs. It's an Excel sheet. It's TSDFs and their generators.
Do you want to describe what that is?
I'll give a little intro to this one. So this was looking at, for sites that are registered as receiving facilities in an e-manifest. So this means they are allowed to, in the system, upload a final manifest to the EPA. We have roughly, our count is 663 or some large number of this. And what this query looks at is the number of unique generator IDs. We scroll to the top.
Icon so that when you type, it doesn't light up your.
Yeah, can we scroll all the way to the top so we get the headers on that? There we go. So it looks at that column. So this is the left column is the ID of the receiving facility, and then this second column, column B, looks at the number of unique generator IDs that have come in on looking at their manifest. This and the column C looks at the number of those generator IDs that were on that have been listed on the manifest uploaded by the TSDF have completed a notification form, have a EPA ID number. They've gone through either SQG notification or they notified as a LQG. They've notified through using the site ID form 8700-12, and this column D is the number of registered generators that of those notified generators. This means that generator has a registered user with either a site manager or an e-manifest permission. And then column E is the ratio of registered generators to their notified generators. And this column F is the percent of the generators they're using that has notified. So, scrolling down through this list, through the site IDs, there's sort of a wide range of, some receiving facilities maybe they deal solely in state waste, so they don't have a lot of notified generators, or some of them, maybe they deal with a lot of LQG waste, have a lot of notified generators. And there's I think the average percentage for a generator having a registered user is the around 42%. And the notification of those generators is around 48%. So 48% of the generators being used on manifest have been able to, we've been able to ascertain through the manifest data that they are notified. And then of the ones that we can pull an EPA ID from, those look like, 42% have a registered user.
Tom, did you have a question on this one?
Yeah, no, just wanted to ask a question, Steve. So this is great information, actually. It's nice to see this kind of analytics. Just to be clear though, so the percentage of generators that are showing up in columns E and F, that is not percentage of generators, it's percentage of manifests that have a generator that's registered. In other words, if you have a generator that's got 1,000 manifests, and the universe of all the generators is, say 1,000 for that TSDF, it's going to be skewed because they have a generator profile for their customer base that is heavily weighted to one or two, right? Does that make sense what I'm saying? I'm probably not describing it very clearly, but it's based on the number of manifests, not the number of generators, unique generators.
Sorry, Tom, I'm just messing with my video. Steve asked me to pop in. So that percentage is the percentage based off of the respective column. So looking at that Arizona facility, that 0.48% is the registered generators versus all the generators. And that 0.5% is their registered generators versus their notified generators. So generators have been on notification form. I'm sorry, Scott Christian. Sorry, Fred. So it's not a percentage of their manifests. So this particular, if we go down and look at like this Rhode Island facility in line 16 that has about 10,000 generator IDs total, that would include like RICE squeegee or RIV squeegee. So the notified one is why I put that column in there, because the notified ones are the only ones who can really get an account anyway. RIV squeegee couldn't because they don't have an ID in Ripper Info.
Okay.
And that's where those percentages. So that Rhode Island one actually happens to have a high percentage of sites with a registered user.
Okay. So that's helpful, Scott. So looking at line 10, very high percentage of registered generators, 85% plus.
Yeah.
To me, that's surprising, but I would be curious, do we know why such great success exists with some particular site like that? You probably don't know, but I'll ask anyway.
I do not. I think it might maybe related to Mike's question.
I think so.
But, yeah, I've only gotten through the first two questions, so I haven't gotten to Mike's question yet. So I have
then just to be clear, so that line 10, if I operate that TSDF, 85% of my generators that are sending waste to me would be getting electronic notifications back from eManifest that their shipments were received?
86.2/3. Well, it'd be because it's only the notified generators. Because they're the only ones who can get into Ripper Info. There's a small percentage, about 168 sites that don't have IDs or have incorrect IDs per David Graham's. So that 168, if you could scroll over 1 to 10 and B and C and 10. So all generator IDs were 15,181, 15,13 were all notified. So Of the 1513, 86.65% would be getting, could be getting, not having to mail. Whereas the other ones would be fine.
Okay.
Would
And
need to
the tabs
notify.
contain the details. So if I was running a TSDF, I could use the generator detail tabs to understand exactly which of those generators are in that category.
Mm-hmm. Or yeah, or sending through your services site details on each ID.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Joshua has his hand up, and then I see Michael does as well.
Thank you, Carolyn. Either Steve or Scott, and I just am understanding on columns B and C, the all generator IDs and all notified generators, the differential there, it sounds like, is IDs that are externally assigned either by the TSDF or another party, such as could be a PCB generator. So the ID is 40 CFR part 761, which they obviously haven't notified for. VSQG or other non-standards. And I'll ask my questions in parts. I have other follow-up questions real quick, but I want to ask that one first.
Yeah, so this is pulling up. This is pulling up the unique manifest IDs. So it's counting. So if there's a 40 CFR ID and then there's a 40, then there's a space between CFR, that's going to count that as that's going to count that as a separate ID. Sort of a Rhode Island CSQG or Rhode Island 999 SQG or VSQG. Those are going to sort of count. Those are going to be counted as unique IDs. They won't be counted as notified generators, but those will be counted as a generator ID.
That is very helpful to understanding those two columns, and that's actually from at least a state regulatory point of view, that's particularly interesting information because some of these gaps are very large. So there's a large number of, I'll call them non-standard, though they may very well be regulatorily compliant, but non-standard IDs serviced by some facilities, which means they're out there. Two other follow-up questions. The first is easy and unfortunately betrays my ignorance. I am a regulator and regulatory interpretation guy. I am not a data guy. So Mr. Hurley can probably school me in this quite well. But the data we're looking for, or the data we're looking at here in the spreadsheet, any state regulator should be able to either do a query or pull equivalent or the same data out, correct? This is not an EPA only access function?
No, we've had a report in RCRA Info for a long time. It's called Manifest Facilities Not in RCRA Info or Information Has Been Modified. So it'll show for a given location, either state, territory, region, sort of protectorate, basically anywhere where you can get an EPA ID number for that area. The facilities that have been listed on a manifest or their information has been changed on a manifest, and it gives the designated facility that waste went to in the manifest number. So this has been this has been part of the program implementation for a long time, and a lot of states are using this to go through the manifests to see that, okay, these are the manifests in my state that don't have EPA IDs, and then my next stop is to the phone call and saying, hey, I see you've been listed on a manifest, you have an ID, why is it not there? So we do have that report available.
Thank you, that's very helpful. And again, I apologize. I'm the regulator guy from our state, and our data staff are otherwise detailed. However, this particular report that was pulled up in response to Mr. Baker's question yesterday, and Mr. Baker, I just want to say verbally, I really appreciate you having asked for this data and asked it as a question for EPA to provide, because it's providing a lot of good basis for discussion and understanding here. This particular data set is obviously queried or organized by TSDF, and I assume queried, that's how you queried it. So since a generator may very well be serviced by multiple TSDFs, they send one particular waste stream to one TSDF, they'll send a different waste stream to a different TSDF who manages things differently. I'm assuming, and somebody, or Mr. Donnelly or Mr. Baker, please, not Mr. Baker, sorry, Mr. Christian, please tell me if I'm right or wrong, that there's likely a high amount of crossover between some of these TSDFs they're sharing generators essentially. So a generator may very well pop in one of these lines, but it may very well also exist in another line.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Okay, Michael, you had a question?
Sure. Just a quick question and then a sort of observation. What's the Steve? What's the time period on this? Is this the last calendar year, or is it just a couple of months? What do we got going on here? Just for the time span on this.
Without looking at without hazarding a guess, I believe, Scott, I'm not going to get it.
Yeah. I didn't put a time period. I just did the entire all of you manifest.
Oh, okay.
So,
okay. Thank you.
Since June 2018.
Okay. Yeah, and I was going to point out that I think Tom was saying that the numbers are higher for some TSDs than others for percent notified. I think you'd have to look at this again, sort of like Massachusetts, we regulate down to 0, including waste oil. So our VSQGs tend to have ID numbers. So states that don't, you're going to start to see like all those VSQGs using, CT, CESQG 9999 and things like that. So those will be ones without IDs. And the only way you can get into those is to map into the TSD and then show all, if you're doing like a Metabase query or something, show all with non-standard IDs. But I think that would affect sort of the counts, Tom. So like in states that regulate down to 0, you will see higher counts on the registered generators. And that's all I had on that. Thanks.
All right, any other questions on this piece of supplemental information? If not, we can move on to the third one. Steve, which one should we go next?
Well, the additional data, so the registered eManifest users over time, that is the same as the bar chart that we discussed earlier. So we could go right to the final, which is the, what is that called? The RCRA Info Web Analytics.
And Steve, again, while we're waiting for that to show up, do you want to describe what that is?
Yes. So yesterday, when we were discussing the eManifest and other RCRA public data available on RCRA Info Web, there was a question about what is the site traffic for that site, who's using it, how often is it being used, and what are the page views. We do use Google Analytics for RCRA Public Web, RCRA Info Web, I'm sorry, which is available to the public. Apologies. And we do monitor those, and we do look to see what the traffic is. So what we provided to the board was a summary of I believe the last time period from February 23rd to March 1st, just an overview of the summary stats available to us on this dashboard, showing the page views, the unique page views, and the average time of the page. And to answer your question briefly, we had over the last week, we had 20,000 or so unique visitors, and we've with about 12,000 unique page views, and it's ordered by the most popular pages of those groups. So yeah, we have the different areas. So we have this sort of the index page for the handler search, and the second one is the handler index, which is where people would go to look up the sort of the handler information available on the public. So if someone from the public wants to know information on the handler ID, this is where they would go. And this is not, and there's the eManifest module is number 3 with 658, but we can see that this is all of the applications within the RCRA info module. So we have corrective action, we have permitting, we have biennial report, we have handler, we have eManifest. We've got a lot of other great things out there. And this is the overall traffic look for the last week, and this has been consistent over the last few months as well. So getting about 20,000 page views per week.
So let me check and see whether any of the board members have any questions about this piece of supplemental information. I don't see any hands up.
Well, since there's no hands, I would just like to put a plug out for RCRA Info Web. It is not just for people involved in RCRA and the state and the industry. It's also a great resource for the general public. I know my parents taught my parents how to use it, which I shouldn't have had to do because they know how to use computers. But yeah, it's a good way to look around and get a general idea of what's going on in your neighborhood or someone else's neighborhood. So it's public data. So take a look.
Thank you, Steve.
And we got some cool visualizations there in the VR section. So take another plug.
Absolutely. All right, Fred, back to you to give us instructions on what we're doing next.
Okay, so let me just turn that on real fast. Okay, yes. So thank you EPA for providing that additional supplemental information and to clarify with the board, get all the clarification information they needed. So now it's time for the oral public comment period. We have 3 oral public commenters, as I mentioned, and we're going to go right into it. So our first oral public commenter represents ETC, Environmental Technology Council. I believe James Williams, will be the first speaker. He's the Vice President of Governmental Affairs for ETC. So with that said, then followed by James David Case, I believe is going to also provide oral public comment remarks. He's the Executive Director of ETC. So with that said, I'm going to ask James to take it away. And also just a quick reminder. So after you provide your oral public comments, the board will have an opportunity to ask you questions in regards to what you provided. And so after they've thoroughly, have asked all their questions of you, and after you're done with your oral public comments completely, we ask that you please leave off of the Zoom line and then rejoin the call on the link for registered audience attendees. Okay, and that applies to all the public commenters. After the board is finished questioning you, after your public comments, that's what we're going to ask you to leave the Zoom link. Thanks so much. So James, you can take it away.
Actually, Fred, David's going to begin. Okay. I'll chime in on the back end following his comments. So I'll actually turn it over to David if you don't mind.
Great. Sounds great. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. My name is David Case. I'm the Executive Director of the Environmental Technology Council. The ETC is the trade association for the hazardous waste industry. We represent most of the TSD facilities that are receiving facilities in the manifest system. So as you can imagine, we have a very keen interest in the development and improvement and ultimate success of eManifest. I want to begin by making two preliminary remarks. The first one is something that we probably don't say often enough and ought to say more frequently, and that is that the EPA folks here on the call have done a tremendous job in setting up the eManifest system. This has been a monumental task over many years. It was given to an agency with primary expertise in protecting human health and the environment, and they had to develop the IT expertise and talent to build up the system. I know I don't say it often enough. I've been tremendously impressed, and I want to express the industry's appreciation for all the efforts that EPA has put into this. We prepared written comments, which are in the record, and I just want to enter a caveat. We did not have EPA's very detailed presentation from yesterday afternoon as the basis for our comments. So our comments are based on the kind of the 10 pages in the white paper that address the fee methodology. And I feel like a number of the questions in our written comments were answered yesterday afternoon. Some of them were rendered irrelevant, and new questions have arisen as a result of the presentation, which is what I'm going to try to address this morning. Fred, I'm perfectly happy to wait until the end of my presentation for questions from the board, but I'm also happy to answer them as I go along. I don't know if there's any requirement about this, but if a board member just raises their hand, I'd be happy to stop and take the question as I go along. Do you have a thought about that, Fred?
For time purposes, I think I would prefer that you do your full presentation and then have the board ask questions.
All right,
just take a time, because we do have some time issues that we're trying to accommodate the just for. So
I understand. Well, I have numbered my comments, and I will say the numbers as I go through them. So the board members, if you're taking notes, you can keep track of the numbers. My first comment is that I want to emphasize the board is fulfilling a very important statutory duty here. This is actually in the eManifest Act, that the board is to consult with EPA on changes to the fee structure. I have to note that EPA did not consult with the board in increasing the fees back for in 2019 and 2020. The fees that we are currently under did not undergo board consultation, and as a result, just so the record is clear, the ETC did file a lawsuit against EPA seeking to a court order requiring consultation. And we also sought refund of the excessive fees as we saw it. After EPA filed their initial pleadings, including the record of their fee decision, we entered into settlement discussions with EPA, and we agreed to hold our case in abeyance because EPA committed to conducting full consultation now. So that's where we are in the lawsuit, and hopefully it will get resolved as a result of this consultation. I would urge the board to focus on the big pictures here. There are lots of small costs that really don't affect the bottom line, like the help center is $45,000. That seems more than reasonable. Travel costs, one could question whether you really need to include travel costs if we're doing mainly Zoom meetings, but it's a small amount of money. I wouldn't really focus there. I think the big costs, this is a $50 million 2-year project coming up. And we want to see where the major costs are and how they've been justified. It looks to me like you can, for simplicity's sake, divide the costs into what I consider to be overhead, non-IT costs, salaries, the paper processing center, paper, desks, pencils, and then the IT development costs. One of the things that strikes us is that if you look at the total IT and the total non-IT costs, they're about the same, 51% versus 49%. And the folks in my association in the business world say that when you have overhead costs that are about as high as your IT development costs, that should be a red flag. That's a lot of overhead to maintain for an IT program. So that's why I suggest we delve into those overhead costs and take a hard look at them. So my first point, number one, is by far the biggest cost is the paper processing center. It is actually quite an enormous part of the overall cost. There are two components to the paper processing center. There's the fixed costs of $6 million and the unit processing costs of $17 million. The $6 million fixed costs are based on a non-competitive contract, a non-bid contract that was issued to an Alaska Native company based in Virginia now. There was no competition, and it's a small company, so there are not real economies of scale. I think the board ought to look very carefully at those fixed costs and see what they really represent and if they're really reasonable. And in order to do that, it seems to me you need to have the contract. We asked EPA 2 years ago for a copy of the contract with this Alaska Native company, and EPA's response was that it's confidential. And I have to say, that's not a sustainable position. A contract signed by the government, completed contract, is a public document. There are half a dozen Department of Justice decisions on that. The agency can keep the contract negotiations confidential prior to entering into a final contract, but once there is a contract in place, it's a public document. So my point number one is the board ought to ask EPA for a copy of the current contract in order to delve down into the really $25 million in costs associated with that contract. When the board asked yesterday about the contract, the EPA answer was, well, that's at the Office of Acquisitions. They're going to enter into a new contract with a new vendor. I think you should ask questions about that. If necessary, get somebody from the Office of Acquisitions in. Is it going to be a competitive contract? Is there a request for proposal available yet? Does it make sense to use the same cost components for this upcoming contract as was used in the non-competitive, non-bid small entity contract that was issued 2 years ago? I think there are a lot of questions associated with the PPC contract that the board really needs to delve into. All right, number two, the unit processing costs for the paper processing contract just kind of seem out of whack to me. In the current contract that we're operating under now, you might want to jot this down on a piece of paper. The marginal labor cost or unit processing cost, EPA uses, I think, both terms, for paper is $12.11. That's going to go away this summer. More significantly, the cost for the image manifest is $5.95, and the cost for the data plus image is $8.33. To me, that doesn't make any sense. For the image manifest, the data processing center has to key in all of the data. It's almost like just getting a piece of paper, only it's an image. For the data plus image, of course, all the data has already been uploaded by the TSD facility. There's no data processing there. So I just don't understand why it's almost twice the cost for the image. Now, I will say that for the 22-23 contract, EPA has said in their materials that the numbers change, and the image marginal labor cost will be $10 and the data plus image cost will be $3.75. That makes a lot more sense, but why the big change? What happened? What's going on in how those costs are assessed? And the other aspect of this is that if you take the marginal labor costs for image, data plus image, and electronic, and multiply them times the number of those manifests EPA expects to receive, the total doesn't approach the $17 million that EPA lists as the marginal labor cost totals. So, again, I just don't understand what's going on there. Where do the total costs come from? All right, number three, the marginal labor cost for data plus image, which is what I'm most interested in, seems to be primarily for QA/QC. And the board went in to some depth yesterday on the need for what I view as pretty extensive QA/QC of these types of manifests. And I just feel like I need to comment on that. EPA says that they estimate that there's about a 5% error rate in the manifest number compared to from the image to the data. That is based on the data, their data from evaluating paper and image manifests. It's not based, I don't think, on actually evaluating data plus image manifests. And I don't see any reason why they should be the same. Data plus image should be more accurate. EPA also says that based on their OCR testing, 3.5% of data plus image manifests have an invalid generator ID. All right, this is a good example to me of a challenge for EPA to devise an IT solution to that problem, which I think EPA is doing. I think the OCR scanning will eliminate the manual checking of the data and will call out the manifests where the generator ID numbers don't match. I also think EPA's idea for future improvements of sharing generator information with the TST facilities, through connecting the two systems, will help correct that problem. So I think that's a good example of where paying the paper processing center people to do the QA/QC doesn't make sense. Look for technology-based solutions to what may well be a problem. Finally, I guess I just need to explain that I think what's going on here is that the TSD facilities are making sure that the data upload is accurate. Each company spends a lot of time and a lot of money QA/QCing the data in their systems because their whole business relies on that data. They're contracting, they're invoicing, and so forth. What I suspect is happening is that most TSD facilities believe the paper copy, the PDF of the paper, is sent in simply to capture the signatures of the generators and transporters, because right now we don't have an electronic way of capturing those signatures. And as Mr. Baker said yesterday, it's the data, the upload, that is the manifest of record. The paper is just, or the image is just there to capture the signatures. We never anticipated that EPA was going to have the PPC compare the PDF to the data and find discrepancies. And what I suspect is happening is after the companies QA/QC the data and they know that's accurate, they may not go back and make the same corrections in ink on the paper and re-PDF the document. It's just added workload and added cost, and it doesn't matter if it's the data that is the manifest of record. So I don't think it's fair to conclude that because there's some discrepancy, somehow we don't know where the waste is or what it is or where it's going. The data is accurate. and it's, I think, problematic to try to compare the data on the manifest to the paper. That's my view. I understand others may disagree with it, but I at least offer that up for your consideration. Fourth, another major component is the non-IT salaries for 13 FTEs of $1.97 million. This may just be my ignorance, but I don't really understand how that's accounted for. This appears to be for EPA salaries for, believe it or not, the Administrator's Office, OLM, and ORCR. I went back and I looked at the budgets, the EPA budgets that have been submitted to Congress, and then the appropriations. And I don't see any significant reduction in FTEs for OLM or ORCR. So I think everybody who's working on eManifest is getting paid a salary through the EPA budgeting process. And then if we're also accounting for that from user fees paid by industry, it kind of looks like double payment to me. I don't really understand what's going on. So it's probably a simple question to ask and a simple answer to get, but I would urge the board to look into the non-IT salaries. I get the IT salaries where EPA has a new expense of having to pay for IT professionals to come in and develop and improve the system. But the non-IT salaries, I don't really understand. Number 5, another major cost are what's called the indirect costs of $11.7 million. And both in the presentation and in the board questions yesterday, EPA said, well, that's just a flat number, 33.2% applied to O&M and marginal labor costs. The 33.2% comes out of the fee rule that was promulgated in 2018. I went back and looked at that. There were quite a few assumptions and estimates that went into developing that number. It seems to me it makes sense for EPA to now validate those assumptions based on 3 years of experience and figure out if the 33.2% number for indirect costs is still the right number. It seems very high to me, results in 11 million out of the $50 million for the program. It's just a question of validating what was assumed or estimated or used back in 2018 to make sure that it's still accurate. Number 6, EPA, when it gets all done, says there'll be an annual surplus of $1.3 million. It's on page 91 of their presentation. It's just kind of a one-liner, but EPA is building in a $1.3 million surplus. I would ask the board to think carefully about that. EPA already, in my opinion, has a very generous budget. There are lots of sort of soft costs built in. They may not spend the travel costs. They may not spend some of the other costs. So they've got a working capital account, which is also kind of discretionary money. Why raise another 1.3 million, particularly when the fee methodology has a revenue recovery adjuster built into it? If for some reason there is a shortfall, they recover that money during the next cycle. 1.3 million seems like a big cushion to include at this point. And then finally, EPA has listed both in their white paper and also in their presentation yesterday, pages 56 and 57 of the presentation, all of the planned activities and upgrades and improvements that they hope to make over the next 2 years. And we welcome those. We think it's a great list. We might even wish we could add some things to the list, but there's a total cost associated with it, and there's no component breakdown. There's no estimate of what each of those activities is going to cost, just one big fat number. So again, we'd urge the board to ask EPA to at least roughly estimate. It's just a budget. EPA is not bound by it, but at least roughly estimate what each of those improvements is going to cost as it goes in to make up the final number. In conclusion, I think this is a challenging task for the board. Most of you, I don't think, have economics or financial expertise in your background. Maybe I'm wrong, but it seems like it's going to be really hard for lay people to kind of delve into this in the level of detail that's required. So I think you ought to consider hiring an economic consultant. There is money in the budget from EPA for advisory board consultant contracts. It seems to me well worth a $10,000 contract with an economic consultant to really dig into these numbers and report back to the board on where they come from and whether they're reasonable and whether adjustments should be made. I hope that those comments will be received in a constructive way. I know they sound somewhat adversarial. It's kind of the nature of the process, I'm afraid. I mean them in a totally constructive way. Thank you.
Thank you, David. I just want to check, was James going to follow with additional comments before we take questions, or should we pause for questions from the board first?
Well, Carolyn, the plan was for me to follow, but I'll leave it to Fred's discretion.
for time's sake, can we go ahead with James's
Okay.
comments?
Thank you, Fred. In addition to what Mr. Case has stated, and with respect to EPA's discussion of program priorities on the white paper, there are other concerns we would like to bring to the board's attention for consideration. For example, the vast majority of manifests are data plus image, because those manifests are managed in each TSD facility's waste management and tracking systems, rather than in EPA's central data exchange. This format, we believe, supports well-established management and workflow practices at each facility. And we believe that industry and EPA has the same goal of wanting to achieve a fully electronic manifesting system. And therefore, we offer up a few recommendations that we hope the board will strongly consider. We believe in doing so, we would take major steps towards achieving a fully electronic manifest system. Recommendation number one is that board should work with industry, EPA should work with industry to develop a mechanism that allows generators and transporters to electronically sign manifest on industry systems for upload to the EPA system completed manifest by the TSD facility. Once the signatures are captured, the TSD facility would track the shipments on their internal systems and upload all data elements, including signatures, to EPA's system on the back end. In effect, this would be the current data plus image manifest, but without the need to upload an image of paper manifest in order to capture signatures. Recommendation number two, configure the e-manifest system so that when a receiving facility electronically signs a manifest and thus completes the manifest workflow, the RCRA info system automatically sends a notification to the generator's email. Now, based on the presentation yesterday, we believe that EPA will consider this approach in the upcoming proposed rule. So we hope to see some positive action taken in this area. Recommendation number three, eliminate those data elements in biannual reports that are already collected and available in the e-manifest system database to avoid duplication. Alternatively, integrate the e-manifest system with biannual reports so that the reports are pre-populated from the manifest database. Again, based on information we received through the presentations on yesterday, we believe that EPA will consider this suggestion as well in the upcoming proposed rule. So we hope to see some positive action in this area as well. And then recommendation number four, and the final recommendation, allow transporter signatures by an agent such as a dispatcher, scheduler, or a TSD facility. In closing, on behalf of myself and Mr. Case, we would like to thank EPA as well as the board for the opportunity to testify, and we both look forward to any questions that may be presented. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let me turn now to see if the board has questions. Joshua.
Thank you, Carolyn. Thank you, Mr. Case. Thank you, Mr. Williams. This is Joshua Berman. I guess we don't need to say that now that we have our names pop up. I have one or two reflections and then some questions which may be interesting to hear your response on. First, from experience as a state regulator, I have to unfortunately disagree with an assumption or even a conclusion that TSDFs have an overwhelming interest in accurate regulatory data. And I emphasize that word because absolutely the hazardous waste management industry and all the handlers involved in the chain, including TSDFs and other designated facilities, have a strong interest in that. However, the primary driver is not regulatory compliance, but customer service provision and, quite frankly, fee collection. If the invoice is correct, then whether another data element is accurate or not may, in some circumstances, be less important to some TSDFs. And based on direct experience as a regulator, it is very common to find inaccurate data on manifests and other shipment documentation that doesn't correlate with the corresponding information in, for instance, invoice data. So I believe, and this is more of a caution to the other members of the board, there's other state regulators on the board that may have differing opinions, but it is not, I believe, safe to have an assumption that because data is coming from a TSDF that it is necessarily accurate. Unfortunately, my experience has been a different result. In not infrequent cases. I do say that with a qualifier that as a regulator, when talking with regulated parties, including primarily generators, one of the first things I say, and I'm going to try and quote myself here, and one of you may hear a recording of me from an inspection. Minnesota allows single person recording, so it's quite possible one of your customers might record me doing an inspection and play my words back to me, so I hope I quote myself accurately. By and large, the hazardous waste management vendor industry, including TSDFs, does an amazingly fantastic job of making sure that bad stuff gets to the right place. It is the incidences of hazardous waste mismanagement where it ends up in really the wrong place, in Minnesota at least, where I can speak from experience, are happily and unexpectedly, from a layman's point of view, low. By and large, the industry does a fantastic job, but I can't extend that to all data elements or all data sets being accurate because they've been QA'd QC by a TSDF. Unfortunately, our experience, or my experience, is different. However, looking at the actual process in place, it has become clear through comments from yourselves and other public comments, as well as questions from board members, that it doesn't appear that EPA has been clear, and possibly not even this board may not be clear on EPA's either original intent or its
Joshua,
I'm going to lead to a question, Fred.
Yeah. We're behind.
I know. I don't want to. We're on thin ice, but I'm going to lead you a question.
Other commenters that are scheduled to speak, and I don't know what their schedule is, and we don't want to lose them the opportunity to provide public comment. So, could you please get to your question?
Yep. Looking at currently how the paper processing center appears to work, and I'm not going to say how it actually works. I can only based on how it appears to work. I'm going to kind of place you on the spot, Mr. Williams and Mr. Case, but if you're willing to respond to this question, I at least am very interested in the response. How would at least your company, your association and its members, if you can speak for them, react to any possible change to eliminate the option of the image-only submittal and therefore go to only data submittals, either fully e-manifest or data plus image as being the only submittal uploads?
Well, that is a very challenging question. We've had some discussion within our association of that question. I'd say the great majority of ETC members use the data plus image, but some do use the image manifest. My personal view, speaking for myself and not for the association members, is that I could see as eManifest develops, phasing out the image only manifest, because frankly, it is a paper manifest, just a PDF copy. So it poses a lot of the same issues. And the data plus image, we would like to get rid of the image there as well. We would like to work with EPA to come up with technology to capture electronic signatures along the route, and then data upload at the end, all the data, including the signatures, as data elements. That's what we see as a truly electronic manifest down the road.
Joshua, did you have a follow-up question?
Thank you, Carolyn, and thank you, Mr. Case. In light of Fred's admonition, which I take to heart, and I thank you, Fred, I will be quiet now.
All right. I thought I saw Cindy's hand up, but I don't see your hand up now. Cindy, did you have a question?
I did, but it was answered by David. Thank you.
Okay, great. Tafik has a question.
Thank you, Tefik Kosar. I have a question to both Mr. Williams and Mr. Kane. So all of us know and accept that the adaptation of the completely electronic manifests has not been at the level which have been desired. It is around 0.3% for the last 2 years, almost flat. And we are talking about the fee schedules. If we consider a hypothetical scenario in which the fees for the image only and data and image does not change, stay around the same, and again, hypothetical, we drop the fee of the electronic manifests to a very low margin. Maybe just hypothetical again, maybe just $1. Okay. Do you think that would really make any big impact in your communities and in the adaptation of the electronic manifest, or are there any other challenges that would actually prevent the community still adapt it even with very low fees? Thank you.
Thank you for that question, because it allows me to explain something else I wanted to go into. We don't think, and I'm absolutely convinced of this based on discussions with ETC companies, that the fee is a driver to use the fully electronic manifest. It just isn't. There are too many other costs associated with running the manifest system and switching over to the fully electronic manifest, which is on EPA's Cromer system. All the companies just feel like it's much better for them to track waste shipments on their internal industry systems and then upload the data to EPA. We can see integrating at the front end as well. There was some discussion yesterday about if the APIs talk to each other, we could upload a manifest at the outset and then again once it's completed. But I don't think we're ever going to use, widely use anyway, what EPA terms the fully electronic manifest, which is on the CDX system.
Yeah, and I would just add that we're currently at around 79.9 or pretty close to 80% of usage of data plus image. So that's a clear indication of where industry is directing its attention and what its preferred approach is. And we think that if EPA can just work with us in that area, we can truly get pretty close to a fully electronic manifesting system.
Okay.
Thank you. Tafik, any follow-up?
No, I don't have any follow-up questions. Thank you.
Okay, Joshua has his hand up again.
Thank you, Carolyn. Mr. Williams, I have a question in response to what you just said. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like your statement was that the industry clearly right now, and that's unquestionable, has focused on the using paper manifests, hard copy manifests, and then processing those hard copy manifests itself to produce data, which is accompanied by an image, the purpose of which we won't delve into right now, but which is accompanied by an electronic image, and that your association views improving or facilitating the ease of that vector as an electronic manifest. I'm questioning that because it seems that that approach is based on retaining a hard copy printed carbon paper manifest, which would not appear to be an electronic manifest at its heart. Just the end data keeping is electronic in that aspect. Could you clarify, please?
Sure. Well, as I pointed out in my original statement, our recommendation is for EPA to allow the TSD facilities to capture the signatures on the front end on a device controlled by the TSDF. And once that signature is captured and the shipment is picked up, to allow for the tracking on the TSD facility. And then once the shipment arrives at the TSD facility, to allow for all of that information to be uploaded to the EPA system on the back end. Currently, the data plus image is being used majority by the TSDFs. So improvements to that system that were mentioned in my original statement, we believe could get us to the point of a fully electronic manifesting system.
Let me also add that we have to have a piece of paper because DOT requires it. It has to be on every truck. So until DOT changes its regulations, which is not foreseeable at the present time, yeah, there's going to be paper. But processing all the data, keeping track of it, saving it, uploading it to EPA is done electronically on the industry systems, even filling out the manifest at the front end. Some clerk doesn't sit down and fill in all the boxes by hand. It's done from the electronic information in the industry system. And that's how we track it, and that's how we keep track of all the data at the end.
So I need to follow this on because this is a fundamentally different philosophical approach than seems to be underpinning much of the board's discussion, both in this meeting and prior meetings. It sounds like what the industry is requesting the board to consider to recommend to EPA would be to default to an industry manifest supported only by I disagree that DOT is not going to allow phasing out of a hard copy shipping paper. DOT is in fact making some steps in that direction, as we discussed the last meeting of this board. It sounds like your industry is asking the board to recommend to EPA an industry-only manifest until the waste hits the designated facility. That the only record of that shipment be held by the handlers of that shipment in their own proprietary systems until it hits the final destination. Is that correct? Because I may be totally misunderstanding your comments and both the comments of Mr. Williams and Mr. Case.
I think you may have accurately characterized it, although in a kind of a pejorative way. I mean, right now the paper manifest is all in our system too. It doesn't get to EPA till the very end. And I did say also that we can envision uploading an initial manifest at the front end to the EPA system once the APIs are compatible and communicating with each other. They don't currently, and EPA plans to address that. But in the meantime, all manifests are filed at the end, and we continue to upload the data at the end. There, under the current approach, there still is a piece of paper, granted, but it's not the manifest of record in the end, and so we don't have to keep file drawers of it, and we don't have to hopefully send paper copies back to the generator to demonstrate receipt. That will be eliminated. In other words, we're gradually moving to a fully electronic, but the actual electronic tracking will remain on the industry system. The way, that's the way the current version works.
So I'm just going to do a time check. We've been going for an hour and a half so far this morning without a break. So we were scheduled to take a lunch break at 12 o'clock. I still see 2 hands up for Joshua and Tafik. I don't know if that's just because you didn't lower your hands. But Fred, do we want to move to the lunch break at this point? Or Tafik, did you have an additional question you wanted to ask before we go to break?
So let me chime in really quick. So one thing I'm concerned about. So we do have we have 2 other public commenters to go, and so I want to ask Mr. Applebach, Eric Applebach, will you be available after lunchtime to provide your public comment, Eric, or do you need to be able to provide it now?
I'm available up until 2 o'clock Eastern.
You say you are available?
I am available, yes, up to 2 o'clock Eastern.
Until 2 o'clock Eastern. Okay. Okay. So let's right now do a hard break for lunch. Come back at 1 o'clock, and then go into the last bit of questioning, and go right to Eric's presentation, so that he can go about his day. So does that work for you, Eric? Or does that work for you?
Yes, that'll be fine.
Okay. Okay, great. So let's do a hard stop now and then come right back on at 1 o'clock. Is that okay, Carolyn?
Works for me.
Okay, great. Great. Okay, thanks so much, everybody. So we're going to go on a lunch break and be prepared to start right back at 1 o'clock. Thanks so much. Enjoy your lunch. Okay, thank you so much, Frank. So I believe we're back. I'm going to give Carolyn X a little bit. I think she's back too. So
I'm
let's
here.
go. Yeah, hello everyone. So welcome back from lunch. So to get back on schedule, we're gonna make sure our public commenters get all of our public commenters get their opportunities. I know we had left off right before lunch, asking some final questions to ETC, who was our first set of public commenters. So can we spend no more than 5 minutes with the last questioning of ETC? So I believe Carolyn Tavik Kosar had his hand raised. So so right now the time is 1:01. I'm gonna do a hard stop at 1:06 to get the last bit of questions so we can go on to our next public commenter since we're on a tight schedule today. Okay, thanks so much.
Great. So just checking, Tavik, did you have an additional question or are you all set?
I'm all set. I just forgot my hand raised. Thank you.
Okay, great. Any other board members have final questions for ETC? I am not seeing any hands raised, Fred, so.
Okay, great. Okay, so I think the board is all clarified and satisfied with their information from ETC. So first off, I want to thank ETC so much for providing your public comments. And so now we ask that you please leave the Zoom line and resume the meeting on the link that we send to the registered audience members.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. Thank you all so much, David and James. So our next public commenter is Mr. Eric Apple. I said his name right the first time. Sorry, Eric. Apfelbach. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
He is the president and CEO of PEGX. So thanks so much, Eric, and the mic is yours.
Thank you, Fred. Yeah, I represent a slightly different contingency of people using the e-manifest system. As Fred mentioned, I'm the president and CEO of PEGX, and we're a software IT supplier into the industry. We started out as a waste broker, to give you a little context of where my comments are coming from. And I'm personally a chemical engineer and spent most of my life as a waste generator in the industry. And so I've got both sides of viewpoints, but PEGX was a broker, tech-enabled broker. We were doing about 25 projects a day across the country. So we have a large experience with all types of different waste streams, most TSDFs in the country and most haulers and many, many generators. We sold that business because we saw a real need for digitization in the industry. So PEGX really turned its attention to creating a digital platform. So our goal with EPA is the same. It's enhancing information flow, reducing risk, reducing cost, reducing time, all in the industry through a digital platform, which is what e-manifesting is. Our platform, at the risk of sounding like self-promotion, our platform does go all the way from a digital front end where technical data, customer data, even all kinds of different data that goes into profiling, manifests, work orders. We digitize the entire system. And we did that because, again, we saw so many problems with our customers trying to get control of and not have the error rates and not have the risk that they did in the paper world. So our interests are very much aligned. We attack this problem, again, by going with a modern cloud platform. And we now have customers operating in medical waste, haz waste, non-haz waste. We handle DEA waste across the whole platform. The commonality with the goals on the e-manifest system is amazingly similar, and our platform, again, digitizes the entire workflow of a hauler and all the way through the TSDFs. But now we just added generators, and we have a customer portal that goes between the two. We, just like EPA, are trying to increase adoption, basically. And so what I see right now, and my comments with regard to e-manifesting specifically, is that we see, like everybody I think does, a massive opportunity here to save a lot of time and money if things could be accelerated in the e-manifest adoption rate. And right now, what I see is that there are multiple silos. We've touched on some of those in this meeting, which is everything ranging from DOT may or may not be coordinated with the interests of a digital future. I heard different opinions on that. Each company right now is running either a proprietary IT system or a possibly, they could be our customers, which are totally open and API driven and interface to the e-manifest system. But what we've seen in the industry, and what I'd like to see EPA and the e-manifest system do, is somehow get together and reduce, or I should say, increase the overall value of the e-manifest system to all of the people who are acting in that system. So both the TSDFs and the generators. Obviously, the cradle to grave process connects those people. The liability and logistics portion have to be integrated across the whole workflow. And to do that, the user experience with and the value to them has to be across the systems. And I think it was David Case who mentioned that, many of the people are using their own internal system and may or may not be interfacing to these other companies. So there's a number of silos that aren't really working together, even though the process of disposing of waste cuts across all of those people. And what we've seen in the industry, and I think, again, EPA somehow has to find a way to resolve some of the friction that's stopping adoption. And I don't know, I'm not into the details of what EPA has done to date. I'm sure it's a lot, but I believe that there has to be a very concerted effort to, number one, get the various parties that are committed, they're involved in the cradle to grave process by requirement, and get them together and analyze and assess how do you get the limiters to adoption out of the way. Some of those might be as simple as adopting some standards for API interfaces between systems. Some of it may be simple user interface things that allow adoption. I also believe that there should be some creativity created to align economic interests or motivate people towards adoption. That could be a carrot and stick approach. It could involve money. It could involve other things, but getting to a complete electronic system, digitized system across not only EPA, but DOT is where the chosen land is in terms of reducing millions and millions of dollars of cost across the industry. I would even say tens of millions of dollars across EPA's budget, DOT, time wasted in the industry. We charge quite a bit of money for our software, and people gladly pay it because the paybacks are less than a year. And that's because so much time can be saved in a digital platform. And so I think that my overall recommendations to the board, and what, again, I haven't been involved in this process all along, so some of these may be redundant with prior recommendations or old, but I see the problem statements that were generated here of things like the error rate of bad data. If we had a 5% bad data rate on our platform, the entire thing would be useless. I mean, it's of no value. We currently are working with people who want to automate the biennial reporting, which, as long as your data is good, is very simple to do. But you have to start there with getting the data correct. And again, that to me means that you've got a dedicated digital system that uses modern capabilities to transmit both technical and financial data across. And this is done in other industries, all the fintech companies, everybody uses this and interfaces between government compliance and private IT systems in the cloud. So it's very doable. I think there's a strategic element here, though, that has to be led by EPA to pull these people together and find out, well, how do we replicate that in this industry? Because again, there's tens of millions of dollars that are wasted. I think David Case's analysis of some of the bottoms up budget looks were very valuable to me, because I also couldn't understand how that amount of money is being spent on those activities for e-manifesting. It doesn't add up. I didn't have time to analyze it. So I believe that speed, I mean, the speed to getting to that can be way faster, meaning a digital platform with biennial reporting integrated. Our customers can get a biennial report anytime they want, because it's really real-time data if it's all digital. And I think that's another goal that everybody wants, is integration of that biennial report. So I think that'll take getting a group together that really represents these different silos and have a look at how do we get actual workflow digitization that includes e-manifesting, and have it done with some coordination across DOT, EPA. Could be, we do a lot with DEA data, and the logistics data, et cetera, so that the goals of these other parts of the program can be met faster and cheaper. And I think that, you know, again, many tens of millions of dollars could be saved. And I understand there's fee structures that have been defended in the legislation under the fees. But again, I gotta believe there's ways in which incentives and/or penalties, if you want to call them that, could be aligned in a different way to get adoption faster, as long as the system of the digital platform was functional between the parties that actually have to run it, which is obviously all the industry. That's the end of my comments. And by the way, I do want to thank EPA. This has been a very good meeting. The amount of preparation and detail that was provided was phenomenal for me. So that was excellent. So I appreciate that from an industry perspective.
Eric, thank you so much for your comments. Really appreciate it. Let me turn to the board members and see if members of the board have questions for you. I see Joshua does.
Thank you, Carolyn. Thank you, Mr. Apfelbach. That's my best attempt at that. I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit here. I asked a similar question to EPA yesterday, and since you referenced the data error discussion, I think it would be interesting and instructive to hear your response to, or elaborate a little further in your response. You regarding data error rates and what may or may not be acceptable. You said just a few minutes ago that a 5% average or across the board data error rate would render your system and the data within it effectively unusable. I do not disagree with that. However, I would like to ask you, either for your business, or if you'd be willing to go a little bit further and say for your segment of the industry that your business fits into, what either you personally or what the industry itself would view as a potentially acceptable data error rate.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, I'll do the best I can. I'm being a little dramatic saying useless, but it's close to it, because reason is we're automating documents, right? So we don't have humans involved. So our profile data flows right into the manifest data, flows right into the work order, flows right into to the degree possible, we remove humans from the entire process. And that, by the way, is API'd in directly to the eManifest system, that entire loop. Our objective is to remove humans almost completely, because most of that data is out there, and obviously that's where much of the money is saved. So that's where, with that objective in mind, we have to have very high data integrity, or you're going to automate junk, right? You're just going to come out with, you're going to cause people more problems than what you started with. Now, we have the advantage that we are predominantly digital. Once things start down our path, we are digital. The only thing that makes us work with paper, honestly, is the DOT and the eManifest system, or PDFs. So the benefit of getting to digital, completely digital faster, is that there's very well accepted ways to match data and make sure error check it automatically as it's being used, and compare it to other things to, again, check to make sure there's not an error. And so it's a big task, because we talk to a lot of, pretty much most of the companies in the US that run hazardous waste projects, and they all, they range from having third-party IT infrastructures to homegrown infrastructures, and have all different ranges of expertise inside. Some may or may not have API capability that is functional. So we end up looking at it saying, well, if you're going to be a digital industry and save all that time and money, you have no choice but to make sure you have data integrity first. And the data integrity issues, my impression with the eManifest system right now is coming from the fact we're trying to convert paper through OCR into a digital format, which is suboptimal. We do document automation now, and anytime something comes from paper and OCR, we do have to check it, unfortunately, because OCR is not perfect, and that, that's the way it is. So I don't know if I'm answering your questions. It's tough, because if you've got one leg on, and I guess this is the problem with EPA right now, you've got one leg on each side of the fence, right? And then DOT exacerbates that in terms of wanting paper inside the truck. There is a limit to how far you can take that and resolve the error rate issue, I believe.
I thank you for your expansion on that topic. I didn't hear a number.
Oh, well, I don't think we have a number internally, but for us, it's like, I think it was you that mentioned, you're in the 99 point something % correct rate. And if something is wrong, especially if it's in the digital world, it should be able to check itself against, we use the term center of our center of truth for our platform, for our customers, because it has to be. If you're going to have digital data all in there, and you're obviously in the manifest system, and you have liability attached to that data as a generator, you got to make sure it's right. So somewhere in a company, you need a center of truth for that data, and that's got to be our platform. So we're in the high 90s. Generally, when we see errors, it is a human error on manual data entry that gets caught in the system because our system compares it to other data that can flag it as an error.
Thank you.
Mm.
Thanks, Joshua. Are there other members of the board that have questions? Michael?
Yeah, hi. Mr. Appelbach, I had a quick question, or maybe not so quick. So right now, sort of the way this e-manifest thing is working is we're really kind of looking at a end of cycle report from the receiving facility, who's then appending all the information of the complete transaction set, right, to the federal database of record, right? So, I mean, in your experience, it strikes me that is going to. Do you see this as hampering things from being as accurate as they could be, because this is, again, it's an end of cycle report rather than a live and active document, right? So you'd have to have the generators have access to the federal system, and then and have interest to go in and make sure their records are accurate and complete. I mean, there is a certification statement, that it is accurate and complete, at every signature ceremony. But do you see that as being could you apply the metrics that you guys would use for your company to the federal version, where, again, it's an end of cycle report? It's not a live document. It just seems to me that they're philosophically, we're in different places.
I think this is why I'm on this call. I have this, we have a cross-cutting across industry platform that all the generators, haulers, TSDFs, everybody's involved and touches our platform. It goes across the whole process. So we struggle right now to tear down the boundaries with the other stakeholders in that process. Some companies are better than others, but we're kind of like EPA maybe, in that we're trying to automate the entire industry workflow, of which eManifest is a subcomponent of that. Since our platform begins with the generator and the manifest data in its original form, our customers track, we give them visibility of their manifest and their waste through the entire process. All of the documents are there. When it gets terminated at a TSDF, that record goes back to them. Everything's all buttoned up. But we have the benefit of starting out at the beginning of the manifest and even the waste profile and the customer data. We have all the waste stream data. We have custom profiles for every TSDF in the country that are automatically filled out and all of that. So we view the final step of terminating the waste at the TSDF just as one more step on that whole loop. And then we're just trying to reduce the friction and increase the cooperation between all those steps. Because you can see from our vantage point, we just wanted to work completely digitally. Most TSDFs, that's the easy part actually, because they are interfaced directly to the eManifest system. As long as the waste comes in and it's properly documented, which we make sure it does, and there's usually no problems with it at that point. And then like I said, we track all of the data, and we're about to early next year release a reporting engine that will take all your data, and at the press of a button, you'll get a biennial report. So I think that's it's very doable, again, as long as the data is right at the beginning.
Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
I think Tom Baker has his hand up.
Yeah, so I just have a question regarding your platform that your company has created. It seems similar to me to many of the TSDF platforms for waste tracking that start with profiling waste and carry through manifesting and facility receipt. Have you been able to integrate your system with eManifest? And if so, how have you done that?
Yeah, we do have it integrated. We have it through their API. So at the proper times, both the initiation of the manifest and the termination, it hits the API on the eManifest system. So we're limited to what we can do through that API. There's obviously no other way to have a digital handshake with that system, but it's enough right now so that we operate all the other technical data. So all the profile data, it's our platform basically has a parallel cloud-based system to that. So we hit that API when we need to. All the data is run in parallel and housed on our system. So it's kind of like what we do with accounting systems and everything else. We will report, we'll change data when we need to and when we can. But other than that, everything stays on our system.
So then are the companies that are using the platform that you've developed, are they registered and doing electronic manifest signatures in eManifest?
Yes, most of them. We have some non-HAS customers too, and yeah, but most of them are.
Okay. And then the last question is, how often are you syncing up with EPA's eManifest system? Every step of the process, or start and finish?
I think it's mostly, it's an interesting question. I think it's mostly start and finish, because when we initiate the manifest and there's a signature on the manifest, that's obviously connected. And then at the termination point, we are as well.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, thanks for clarifying.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Do we have any other questions from the board? I see no hands up. All right, thank you, everyone. Thank you for your public comments.
Thank you.
Fred?
Yes, I'm trying to turn my mic and camera on. Yes, thank you so much, Eric, for your comments. We really appreciate that. And again, as I told the other public commenter, please join us, rejoin us on the registered link, the link for registered audience participants. But thanks so much for your public comment. So our last public commenter for the day is Mr. Larry Fura. He is the Director of Technology for Waste Technology Services Incorporated, WTS. So Larry, are you still there? I see your name.
Yep, I'm here, Fred.
Oh, okay, so the mic is yours. Thanks so much, Larry.
Great, thanks, Fred. Yeah, as Fred mentioned, my name is Larry Fura. I'm the Director of Technology for Waste Technology Services, or WTS. We're headquartered in Lewiston, New York. Just real brief, we provide environmental consulting, recycling, reuse solutions, as well as traditional transportation and waste disposal services to a wide range of customers, from large Fortune 500s to small regional manufacturers. I appreciate this opportunity to speak with you this morning. When reading through the initial meeting agenda, I thought I wasn't going to have anything to contribute to this meeting, but as several topics came up yesterday, especially during the discussion periods, I found that I could provide some input. So I appreciate Fred's willingness to accommodate me for that. Before diving into my planned comments, though, I do want to reinforce one of David Case's points that he made about error corrections. I do feel he is 100% correct that when facilities are uploading manifest data as image plus data, they are making sure that the data portions they are uploading is going to be very accurate, even if they did not update the physical paper copy that accompanies that data. And with what EPA is trying to do with comparing it, you know, aside from OCRing the manifest number, I really don't think you can do other verification, as that image is really more of a historical document and a point in time, not once it's been processed through. You know, the facilities aren't typically going back and making hand corrections to the manifest. They're just doing that in their electronic system. So EPA should keep that in mind, that the actual data being submitted is typically tied also to these facilities invoicing systems. So this adds us yet another layer of accuracy, I guess, because customers are going to complain and get the situation rectified, because it represents actual dollars and cents to them if there's discrepancies as far as quantities or counts and things like that are concerned. And they'll be taking it up with the disposal facilities who will actually make those corrections for them. I do understand Joshua's concerns from a state regulator perspective as well. But one of the things to keep in mind is that that data plus image is only really one step away from being a fully electronic manifest. When we get to the point of fully electronic, there will not be a paper copy to compare against. Regulators like Joshua would be in the same situation at that point of only having final data provided by the TSDF to go off of as any sort of frame of reference. So we have to sort of trust that the facility's final data that they're uploading is correct. I do, however, have some concerns, though, about some of David's other comments that he made, or answers, I guess, technically, to Joshua's question about phasing out the image-only upload. While I do appreciate the ETC in their position and appreciate its members, it's important to remember that they are only speaking for the disposal facilities and not the entire industry. I believe Joshua was sort of hitting the nail on the head when he said that ETC is asking to fundamentally change the manifesting process and to make that process more disposal facility controlled. If disposal facilities are allowed to just upload only the data at the end of the process, you know, if the process was changed, I'm not talking full electronic, I'm talking about this sort of hybrid full electronic approach that ETC mentioned in their comments. You know, so if they're uploading that data only at the end and including the signatures, it basically will potentially lock out brokers like ourselves, transporters, contractors, and also generators who want to create their own fully electronic manifests. We as a company feel it's important that we create all the paperwork for our customers' use, as we have potential legal liability should there be any mistakes on the manifest. It would be easier for us to task the disposal facilities with creating manifests for our customers, but we're not really comfortable that the manifests will be created consistently to our standard among all of the different disposal facilities out there. That's why we like to make sure that we're handling that process in-house. Also, as a side note, if this came to reality, EPA might as well just scrap further development of the eManifest portal when it comes to manifest creation or correction portions of the operation, because the disposal facilities would basically have no interest in accepting fully electronic manifests that are created by anyone other than themselves. Mr. Hurley actually just a few moments ago seemed to be on the right track when he said that basically the eManifest system is being treated, and I may get this wording wrong, Mike, I'm sorry. I was trying to type this up as I was listening to you, but you basically said that the disposal facilities were treating eManifest as more of an end of process report, you know, with no collaborative effort. That is not what the eManifest system was designed for. You know, at its heart, it was meant to be a collaborative system where communication flows both ways, with give and take between stakeholders, and manifest and creation and corrections can all be made as a collaborative effort, with generators starting the process, transporters starting the process, or disposal facilities starting the process. I can't blame ETC and its members, because it is in their financial interest to create a walled off garden and make all the generators dependent upon their system. But if this was allowed, you'd be effectively removing competition from the marketplace. So that's something for the board to consider, I guess, you know, about the comments that were made earlier today. Now on to my prepared remarks, which was that Cindy Walzak made a great point yesterday when she asked if the EPA was aware that the disposal facilities charge fees over and above what EPA charges, and in some cases almost double. In my experience, disposal facilities have been reluctant or flat out refused to accept fully electronic manifests, especially from brokers or generators directly, because that would require the disposal facilities to code sort of an alternative workflow into their system that would allow the disposal facilities to basically ingest via EPA services a manifest that was created outside of their internal system, and would require potentially extensive data mapping and quality checks. So that's why they would be reluctant to do it. And I do understand that and can appreciate that. But, you know, I feel that from a disposal facility standpoint, they are content at this point to basically just maintain the status quo, where they send the manifest as a data plus image copy, or, you know, if you know, EPA took their comments to heart today, you know, maybe they would get to just sending the data only without the manifest copy. You know, but there's a reason they're not worried about getting to that fully electronic method. And that is because the fees they're charged really do not impact them, because they're simply passing those fees on to the customers, the generators themselves, with a markup. So I can appreciate their desire not to spend additional money on their internal IT and development resources to add these additional workflows. But at the end of the day, we're never going to get to fully electronic. So if EPA wants to increase the number of fully electronic manifests sent to the e-manifest system, I feel they should start with an education campaign spearheaded by EPA aimed at the generators to help them understand the fee structures that are going on behind the scenes, and possible alternatives to that generator that could be a good approach. I can say, as a company, we have had some of our bigger generator clients asking why we cannot use fully electronic manifests for their shipments to cut down on e-manifest fees. And while it's not a technical issue on our end, our answer has been that the disposal facilities are just not currently willing to accept them. And that even if they were, most of the facilities are still charging a set marked up fee with no regard to submission methods. So they wouldn't recognize cost savings even if we did go the fully electronic route. The only way I see this changing is when more generators start pushing back at the disposal facilities to start having their shipped manifests as fully electronic manifests for basically fee reduction reasons. Only with an effort on the part of the generators will the disposal facilities start to change their stance on accepting electronic manifests in an effort to address their customers' demands, or they risk losing business to a competitor that is willing to accept the fully electronic manifests and takes the necessary IT development steps to implement those workflows. One possible technological outreach suggestion I would offer to EPA is that they consider adding to the e-manifest portal a clear section on each manifest that would show basically the submission type, which that is already currently there, but show the submission type, show how much EPA charged the disposal, charged the disposal facility to process that manifest, how much EPA would have charged the disposal facility had the manifest been completed as a fully electronic manifest, with extra care on EPA's part to highlight clearly that savings that would be achieved, at least as far as what the disposal facility is charged by going fully electronic, with the idea that if the customer sees that, they're going to say, well, okay, if we go fully electronic, why wouldn't we want to do this? Because it's at least going to cut down on that portion of the fee. And the customer, I think, would automatically assume that the disposal facilities are going to have to pass on that savings. And if they're not, they're going to confront the disposal facility of why they're not. So with this change, it would make it very clear how much of the manifest fees are due to EPA and how much are due to the disposal facility markup, at the same time highlighting those potential savings that fully electronic offers. It might go a long way to motivating more generators to start questioning the e-manifest fees they are being billed, and increase the calls for disposal facilities to get on board with the fully electronic option that's available. So another comment I wanted to make was that Steve mentioned that when EPA queried the states about potential changes that might lower the number of manifests EPA has been receiving and will plan to receive going forward, he said that all of the states responded that they were not aware of any changes that would impact the number of manifests. However, I am wondering if the question was posed to the state of Illinois specifically. The reason why I asked that is prior to July 20th, 2020, The state of Illinois required that non-hazardous special waste, which from my understanding is almost all industrial waste that is not specifically hazardous, be manifested on a federal uniform hazardous waste manifest, which in turn requires by EPA regulations submittal to the e-manifest system because it is a federal form that was used. However, on July 20th, 2020, the newly amended regulations created by the Illinois Pollution Control Board went into effect, which now allows generators to use a new specially created Illinois non-hazardous special waste manifest that looks almost identical to the federal uniform hazardous waste manifest, except with some minor heading changes. By using this new form, the generator can still manifest the waste and still include the special Illinois waste codes to satisfy state requirements while keeping the waste off of the federal form, thus circumventing the requirement to submit a copy of that manifest to the e-manifest system and pay the applicable EPA fees, that EPA has been collecting up to this point. I would suggest EPA research this a bit more for no other reason than it may negatively impact your projected revenue calculations that you've been using to come up with the fees, especially in consideration of other states that currently require materials that are not normally considered to be federally hazardous to be still manifested on a hazardous waste manifest so that state waste codes can be tracked. Those states may decide to adopt similar measures. I don't know if the state of California or Texas are considering adopting their own form, but both are states that require a lot of typically non-hazardous materials to be manifested on the federal, form and submitted to EPA e-manifest system, just like Illinois. So that could represent a fairly good future revenue hit should the states of California or Texas or any of the other states for that matter adopt similar regulations to try and circumvent the e-manifest fees that are collected. So this next question ties in nicely with my prior question. And that question that I would like to pose to EPA is, could a generator face any potential legal liability if the facility that they ship to simply chooses to ignore e-manifest rules, and instead of submitting a copy of the federal manifest to EPA, they simply decide to discard it? With the rationale being that the only reason that that federal form had to be used was because it carried state-only waste codes. Again, we have no proof necessarily that this is happening in the field, but if it was, that would result in lower revenue for e-manifest. And again, does it open up the generator to potential legal liability issues because of the fact that it is not getting reported to EPA? Perhaps this might be a good item to clarify in the upcoming third rule EPA is currently working on. Finally, a lot of discussion yesterday focused around quality control issues. I do have a suggestion that part of EPA's outreach efforts should be to convey the message loud and clear to generators that they are the ones ultimately responsible for the data being reported to the e-manifest system, since state regulators appear to now be looking at that data in the e-manifest system as one of their primary sources of information for compliance. So generators should be highly encouraged to make sure they obtain an e-manifest account so that they can log in and not only download a copy of the return manifest, but also verify that the quantities, counts, and waste descriptions and waste codes are being accurately represented in the e-manifest data for each line of their manifest. This, in my opinion, would definitely help to make sure that the information in e-manifest is accurate, because it would provide an additional set of eyes on the data, and eyes that have potential legal ramifications, that are going to, those eyes are going to face the legal repercussions of in audits that would be done by, by these inspections. So they're going to be paying extra careful attention to it. And honestly, the generators are in the best position to know what is actually correct, as they are the ones that did complete and then certify that initial manifest and are the ones that actually ship the waste off site. So those are my comments. I'm love to hear any questions or feedback you may have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Larry. I do have one question for Fred. I think one of Larry's comments was phrased as a question to EPA. And Fred, I was wondering if you could address whether that's something EPA should be responding to in this setting or not.
No, This is strictly for public commenters to address the board, and that just is a part of the public record.
Great.
And
Yeah,
it's
I guess
Larry,
from my standpoint, I just wanted to bring it up, have EPA think about it. And, like I said in there, it might be something for you to put in your third rulemaking, maybe clarify that, right now it says that, all manifests have to go to EPA if they were federal, but, so that's kind of the rule, but maybe there needs to be, some sort of other language added into the third rule that makes it a generator responsibility to make sure that those state-only manifests, that are being used on the federal form, make it to the e-manifest system.
thank you.
Yeah.
Great. Let me check.
And one last note that I just wanted to make, since I was asked a question. So you just bear in mind, all of this is on the record. EPA hears the public comments. The public comments are addressing the board, but EPA hears this for the record. And so, and also EPA is also responsible for responding to the board's recommendations. Essentially, responding to, what the board said in the meeting. So they'll have time to, think about what was said. So that's all I'm coming at.
All right, thank you, Fred. Let me ask members of the board, do you have any questions for Larry? Michael? Great.
Sure. Shapira, as always, so many exciting ideas, jumping around like a cartoon character here. So I think you touched on something that's really interesting, and I mean, one of the goals that everyone's sort of looking for, no matter what part of this, where you interface with this system, is for accuracy in the information within it. Mm-hmm. And every industry commenter this morning was basically saying, it's an issue. And I think you touched on something with, if you think of it philosophically as it's an end of cycle report, right? And the TSDs are sending it in, right? For them, it's pretty much a done deal. You're sending the information in and it's done, and I believe you're indicating that what you are doing, as well as Mr. Applebach, there are more touches on the ball, so to speak, right? So your customers or the generators, the transporters are all able to interact with the system at each point. So you can almost do real-time corrections of, any mistakes, errors, typos, that kind of thing.
Yeah, in a fully electronic world, yes, that is the idea. That's the ultimate goal, I think, of EPA is to have that.
Right. And even if you're doing the hybrid where it's created electronically and you do via the API, you upload shorter intervals, you're still populating those information sets at the beginning of the transaction. In the end, it catches up, still providing that thing. So what would your recommendations be on that? Like, given the facts that we're seeing such a large volume of paper plus image, that seems to be can't argue that that's the trend, right?
Yeah.
Is how do any thoughts on that? Suggestions to get people to go in there in a more real-time fashion?
Yeah, I guess, Michael, the problem, I feel like the whole fully electronic manifest problem boils down to the fact that disposal facilities do not want to take them, right? Like they've built the system so far, and this was something that I warned about in one of the first advisory board meetings, was that this could end up in a situation where e-manifest was basically a final dumping ground of manifest data, done by the disposal facilities rather than a collaborative effort. So I think the fee structure is one thing that would help, right? Like that's meant to encourage. I don't think, what I was trying to get at with the fee structure comments I was making was, right now it's sort of a black box. These disposal facilities charge a set fee. It might be $30 a manifest, and it doesn't matter how the facility handles it. It's $30. And, even if you did go through the efforts of trying to do fully electronic. So I think highlighting those fees more, having EPA highlight those fees more, and making it very clear to the generators, that might encourage more generators to push the disposal facilities to, let's get to this fully electronic world, right? And the nice thing would be, from a regulator perspective, if we got to a fully electronic world, the generator is going to create the manifest, or their broker or their transporter is going to create that manifest for them. It's going to get submitted electronically. It's going to go through that process. The disposal facility, when they receive it, ingest it into their system, make whatever changes they feel need to be made, and then, you know, kind of apply the final changes to the manifest. But all through that process, there is that process in eManifest where they're keeping kind of revision histories of the document and things like that. So you're getting to see kind of how the sausage is being made. You know what I mean? It's shipped as this quantities, this, you know, count. This is where it got changed along the way. So I think there's more eyes in that process. And, you know, from a broker standpoint, if we could actually interact with a disposal facility through eManifest, when those changes come back, we're going to be another set of eyes onto it, because we're going to bring that data back into our system. You know, right now in a broker world, we rely, a lot of times we're creating manifests for customers, and, you know, they want flexibility at the point of shipment, right? If there's room on a truck, they want to stick another drum on that truck. So we have customers that write in new lines on the manifest. They change quantities that they plan to ship. It's not a perfect world. Only at the time when it's on the truck signed is that manifest as accurate as possible, I guess, you know. So a lot of times as a broker, we're stuck waiting until the disposal facility receives it and makes whatever changes they're going to make and get that detail back before we can even bill a customer. So if things were more real time and interactive, we would be able to monitor that along the way. And as soon as a disposal facility sends us back any kind of correction to that manifest, or not even correction, because I do want to define that. There's correction processes in eManifest. But I think of this process as more of modification along the way. You know, that manifest was created with 5 lines, and, you know, somebody struck out line 3. You know, they're not going to ship that line. We would know that at the point of transportation. We would then see, oh, hey, guess what? It got to the disposal facility. They put line 3 back on and put one container on that line. You know, somebody did put a drum on that truck. So I think that the more people interacting with the data and the more real-time interactions we have, the more checks and data checks can be put on that manifest to make it as accurate as possible.
Okay, and I want to be clear. I'm not trying to cast any abrasions against the TSCs who are uploading this data, and, you know, and that's certainly yeoman's work. But the question is, or the need really is, I think you're right, is to get more people looking at the information as it's working its way through the system. Mm-hmm. You know, to use the horrible domestic shipment carriers, is mm-hmm. You can go on your phone and you can look up everything all along the way. Even though it's not a fair model for this, but for the generator, cradle to grave, and even though the liability, it's out there, mm-hmm. Is what they signed, what's in the system, and mm-hmm. whose liability is that? Do they need to go check it? Yeah, it's there. It's cradle to grave. You know, but
and I don't know if that messaging gets across, Mike. Like, you know, from EPA, you know, you guys, you and Josh as regulators, you're looking at that data, right? Like if somebody, you know, if somebody submits something to, if data gets submitted to eManifest, you know, and it's incorrect, hey, you might go do an inspection. You know, like you're going to make you may make that generator's world miserable, right? When it doesn't need to be, because it was a simple data error.
Yeah.
But they're not looking at that. You know, they're not going back into the system necessarily. And that message, I don't know if it's been conveyed to them that, hey, you really are responsible. You're not just getting the return copy back. You need to make sure that what the disposal facilities are reporting is accurate. So.
Right. Okay. Well, thank you. I don't want to take up everyone's time.
No, it's okay.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
All right. I think Tom Baker had his hand up next.
Yeah, thank you, Larry. Thanks for the comments.
Yeah, sorry, Tom. I'm probably not your friend after some of them, but
no, it's all good. So just trying to understand. So eManifest, you know, is a burden reduction and cost reduction initiative. If you look at your customer base, your generators, you know, as a broker business, your customers are the generators. Mm-hmm. Where do you see the biggest burden reduction and cost savings for taking them from the current process, which is an industry-led system where the manifest is being created, and then on the back end is being uploaded into EPA system by the TSDF. Mm-hmm. versus going fully electronic. Can you help us understand where we see the biggest gains by going electronic for your customers?
Yeah, I think for one thing, there's some gains definitely to be made in efficiency in preparation for shipments, for one thing. So right now, disposal facility customers are, or generators are, typically having to reach out to us, weeks in advance to plan a shipment. We need time to be able to create paperwork, send them the paper forms that they need. There's a lot of room for changes in the manifest during that time. So, and those changes are ending up on paper, and there can be discrepancy, not even discrepancy issues. I don't want to word that way because that's a regulatory type phrase, but, there's just changes that may not be accurate once the TSDF gets it. We were on the same page when we scheduled the shipment with the TSD, right? But when the generator is changing quantities or adding new lines to the manifest, things like that, there's no kind of double checking or quality checks at that point. It's just going on the paper, they're shipping it. Where if they were doing those changes real time, I would envision, them logging in, for instance, to our internal systems and making those changes, saying, I want to add this other line. Like, we have all that profile data for them. We can just pop in a new line, they can enter their quantities. We could then in turn submit it to the disposal facility right away. So you accurately know what's coming to your dock, because we already have that data and can transmit that to you. So that's a benefit on your end. So when it's received at your gate, you're not like, where did this new line come from? What profile really is this? Is this approved into this facility? Those data checks would already have taken place. And then, from that standpoint too, once it's fully electronic, there's no more need to return a copy of the manifest. There's no more need for you guys to handle paper, no more scanning. It's all electronic and in your system. It is a major undertaking on your part. And I do understand why, from that standpoint, why disposal facilities don't want to bring that data in. And you're bringing in data not created by you into your internal system. But I do think that if we all work together, and I would, would love to work with each of your facilities, to like figure out the best way that we can to utilize eManifest to communicate the most efficiently as possible. And I think there are some changes that, as an industry, we could recommend to EPA to make the data even more usable by our internal systems, and be a little more cross-communicative, I guess, in how we handle that data. Does that make sense? Does that answer your question?
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, Larry.
Yeah, no problem.
Tom, any more questions?
No, I'm good. Thanks, Carolyn.
Okay, I think Joshua has his hand up.
Thank you, Carolyn. Thank you, Mr. Fira. And thank you, Mr. Baker and Mr. Hurley, for kind of spurring some thoughts in me. I'd like to take a comment, or I'm not sure if it was a comment or a suggestion, Mr. Fira, that you made a few minutes ago, and ask for a little more detail, or possibly to at least get your thoughts on the idea of communicating costs to the ultimate bearer of those costs in the hazardous waste world, that is the generators. I would agree that in my experience, and I'll speak only solely for my experience as an inspector, and the documentation that I review, though invoices are not a mandatory hazardous waste record at many generator sites, they are combined in the same file folders, electronic files, or even cardboard box that's handed to the inspector and said, here. And so we end up looking at a lot of invoices, even though they're not mandatory records, that we have to figure out what this piece of paper is. So we're looking at them. Your idea was a mandated, EPA mandated through regulation, itemizing or statement of costs associated with disposal. Particularly, it sounds like you were focusing on our discussion topic here, which is the manifesting costs administrative costs and e-manifesting costs. This sounds to me, your initial comment, and that's where I'm looking for more either development or clarification from you, because maybe I'm misunderstanding it. This sounds similar to the recent efforts by the federal and many state governments to require what's sometimes referred to, whether correctly or not, but sometimes referred to as transparency in healthcare provision, where a facility is either required to post a list of costs of common or standard procedures at the facility and or provide a patient or indeed a prospective patient with a list of costs. My understanding of the idea behind that is less that people will shop for facilities, because in many places in America, if you need to go to the hospital, you don't have a lot of choice. There is one hospital within a reasonable distance, and if you're in an emergency room, you have even less choice. You're there, period. But the idea appears to be, or my understanding of the idea behind this, is to raise awareness among the consumers such that that awareness then gets turned into either action or further discussion, exploration, to use that public interest, that public awareness, to either drive down costs or identify unusual costs or costs that are outside standards, or not standards, but outside norms. Is that the intent of your comment, or was there something different you were aiming at? Thank you.
Yeah, no, so that's great. And I like that analogy of the healthcare transparency, because it is sort of along that same line. And that is kind of the point I was driving at. I will clarify though, I don't think EPA, a couple things. I don't think that EPA would need to do any sort of rulemaking or change in regulations to do this, right? Like we heard yesterday that EPA has flexibility to, do different modifications and things to the system if they feel it's it would help things, as long as it doesn't require the actual making changes to how data is collected or making physical changes to the manifest form. Regulations and rule writing wouldn't need to be done. But I guess I don't feel like the disposal facility would have to submit back to eManifest what their cost is to the disposal, to the generator. So if, in other words, if the eManifest fee right now is, let's say that facility is doing a data plus image upload for $14 under the current fee structure. If they're choosing to charge the generator $30, I don't think that they necessarily need to submit that to eManifest. But what I do think EPA and the eManifest system could do is to say, have a little section on when you bring up your manifest in eManifest, when you're looking at the data side of the manifest, have a little section up there that says this manifest was processed as a data plus image upload. The disposal facility was charged $14. If this manifest had been processed as an electronic manifest, the charge to the disposal facility would have only been $8, with a potential savings of $6 on this particular manifest. Like EPA would just give their portion of the fee out there. It would automatically allow generators to say, oh, well, if disposal facility, such and such disposal facility is only getting charged 14, first of all, why are you charging me 30? And, if I call you up and try to push you to say, let's go to fully electronic, your costs are going to go down by $6. So why wouldn't, the $30 fee be reduced to 24 at least? Why can't I save that difference in cost? So EPA doesn't hide these fees, right? They are publicly available. They're talked about. This whole meeting is about those fees. But I think, kind of like what you said with the healthcare transparency, if you're in the hospital and the doctor says, hey, you know what, we want to run this scan, and this scan, nowadays with high deductible plans, a lot of times you have to say, oh, well, what's that going to cost me? I don't know if I can afford that. It's kind of the same idea that let's this might spur just generators into questioning the fees that they're being charged and question why aren't the disposal facilities, doing an option that's lower. For instance, even just maybe some disposal facilities out there are still doing mailed paper for $25 a fee and charging the customer 30. Like if they say, why don't you at least go to this data plus image upload for 14 bucks? We could save, $9 by doing that, and you could pass that $9 on to me as the generator. I think there would be more of those discussions. So does that answer your question, Josh?
Thank you for enlarging on that and clarifying my understanding of your initial comment. One reflective question, and then I need to turn it over to my other compatriot board members who are waiting patiently. In my experience as a state regulator so far, and unfortunately the numbers provided by EPA today tend to support that, the vast majority of generators currently are not viewing their manifest information in the e-manifest system. They are either still getting paper or indeed scanned email copies of their manifests, or even for those that are registered, my experience is even for many of those that are registered in the e-manifest system or were at some point, they're just not getting manifest copies at all because it's not something that occurs to them. They're not proactively going into the system and getting their manifest copies. It's just kind of, hey, nobody's shown up at my door, beating on the door, telling me the world will end if I don't do this, and I've got a business to run. So the quiet wheel doesn't get any grease. Therefore, what's your thought or confidence level or reflection on how effective just a posting alone by EPA in the e-manifest system would be to communicating, particularly to those generators who aren't using the e-manifest system, who are the majority, quite frankly. Thank you.
Yeah, no, great comment. And so I would say to that, first off, to dovetail into one of the other comments that I made, which was that the generator is ultimately responsible for the data that's in e-manifest. I think if EPA makes that very clear, that is going to be a situation where I think that will spark more generators to go to the system and review their data, because they don't even, like you said, they're not necessarily even worrying about it right now. So if they are told, by EPA, hey, you have responsibility here, and if the states as well even put things out, state regulatory agencies, like if you were to send an email to, and I'm sure you've already done outreach for people to encourage them to e-manifest, but if you put out something to each of the generators in your state saying, please make sure that the manifest data being reported is accurate, because we're finding some issues or errors, and that is the data that we are looking at to decide if we want to come out and inspect your facility or put you through an audit. So maybe something could be done there with that. I will say from, one of the things that we're currently experiencing right now with our New York State generators is New York State requires generators to file an annual report versus biannual. And this year, the generators, the state used to have a separate electronic system for filing their annual report. Well, this year, that vendor that they were using said, we're no longer doing this. We're no longer going to provide these services to you. So New York State scrambled and ultimately decided to use Record Info to have New York State generators file their annual report. So that has actually forced a lot of generators to start going online, because they were filing electronically before, but through New York State, who in turn was sending the data to EPA. So many New York State generators have been creating accounts. And one of the things that we've been hearing is like, hey, wow, look at this. I can actually get all this information. I can get my manifest copies. And, so I think the more reasons we can do, more reasons we can give generators to go to even just Record Info in general, will increase e-manifest adoption, and we'll get them looking at their manifest, and we'll get them looking at those fees. And one other thing to think of here, Joshua, is that the disposal facilities do want to get to having the generators get their return copies from eManifest. We heard that yesterday when I believe Mr. Baker was asking about, you know, our services available to see that a generator has, you know, registered users in eManifest. You know, I could hear the wheels turning in his head on that one to say, well, if we can query that service and know that they have them, you know, we could probably stop sending them mailed copies and save on all the postage and handling and all of that. So, you know, I think that the disposal facilities are itching to stop having to, you know, send these manifests through the mail. So I think, you know, eventually the disposal facilities will be sending messages to customers saying, hey, go get your manifest from eManifest. You know, we're no longer mailing them. So that will also increase adoption of eManifest. So.
Thank you, Larry. I think Joshua said that was his last question, and I think Jill Mayshak had her hand up next.
Sure, thanks. Larry, quick question. You elaborated on it, and I want to make sure I understand correctly.
Sure.
Do you have any customers that are utilizing the eManifest? So I guess the question is more, have you found any TSDs or any end facilities that will accept the eManifest?
No. So at this point we don't. And I've been a huge advocate of eManifest from day one, and have wanted to fully integrate with eManifest and put a lot of effort into that process early on, only to find out that eManifest was not going to allow brokers functionality initially in the system. So we kind of shelved everything from that standpoint. And we have had generators ask us, can we do this as a fully electronic? And in checking with our disposal facilities, the answers have pretty much been no. The best answer I've gotten was one disposal facility said, hey, you know, if you wanted to try one, we could do it, but they were going to basically use the eManifest portal to, you know, I think the thinking was they were going to bring it up on one screen, the eManifest portal, see the electronic manifest that we sent, you know, and then basically put it in their system. But they would have ultimately run into trouble because they would have tried to just blindly overwrite that manifest with the data from their industry system. So they're not ready. They're not ready. And we've had some meetings. I can remember one in particular in Chicago where I tried to talk to the group about having, you know, additional data elements and things to like try and help this move along. And some of the disposal facilities actually got a little confrontational during that meeting, you know, just saying, we're just trying to get, you know, our data into the system right now. You know, we're not looking to try and bring in data. Like, that's a major undertaking and not something we necessarily want to do. So I do think I feel like the best avenue for EPA is to focus on the generators and get them pushing the disposal facilities to move in the fully electronic direction, you know, so.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Jill. And Tom Baker has his hand up.
No, I'm just guilty of not lowering my hand. Sorry.
Okay, we've all done it. Any other members of the board have any questions for Larry? Not seeing any. Larry, I think you've answered all the questions the board had for you. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you. And I will sign off now and go back to the YouTube video. So thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Larry.
Fred, where do you want to take us next?
Yes, so that is thank you so much. Hold on for just 1 second. Just turn that on real quick. But that is the end of our oral public comment period. Thank you again to all of our oral public commenters. So now we are going to move on to the board's deliberation of the charge questions. So we're going to have charge question number 1 pulled up. And so I'm going to ask our chair of the board to read the first charge question into the record, and then the board will proceed with answering. And we have a lead discussion for every question. So we're going to have first lead discussion and answer immediately after Carolyn reads the question into the record.
All right, thank you, Fred. So charge question 1 is about the proposed FY 2022-2023 program priorities and budget, chapters 4 and 6. 1A is what feedback does the advisory board have regarding EPA's proposed program priorities and budget for the upcoming FY 2022-23 cycle? And I think our lead discussant is Tom Baker to start off.
Okay, thank you, Carolyn. So I think the best place to start, when I looked at this question, it's quite a broad question, obviously, is really to go back to what is our purpose with eManifest? You know, it's a burden reduction initiative, it's a cost savings initiative, and it all goes back to the 1-year rule that EPA put out back in 2014. And I think in looking at those goals set in that 1-year rule, I think that should be our guiding principle, so to speak, to where we spend our money on eManifest to achieve those goals. So the first one, and I think one of the EPA members covered this in their presentation, but I'll restate it again. But the first one is a cost savings goal. And you know, while there's been some cost savings in not having to mail manifests for generators and TSDFs, in many cases there are still some mailing costs being incurred by industry. So I think on the cost savings front, we have more gains to be made. I think EPA needs to take a closer look at, you know, the burden that's in place today with respect to manifesting waste. That was done back in the rulemaking preparation back prior to 2014. But now that eManifest has launched, I believe it's necessary that EPA go back and do a new burden reduction initiative study on industry to really see where these gains may lie. And that's kind of the question I asked Larry a few minutes ago, is where do your customers, where do your generators see the current burden today? Where do they see the benefit of cost savings if something changed in the manifesting process? So I think that is a step that I would encourage EPA to take, is really go back and look closely at what is the burden today, considering the fact that, as we know, 80% of the manifests are being managed through an industry system, typically, and uploaded as image plus data. So data is coming into EPA electronically, and it's being made available to all the interested parties in an electronic manner. So beyond cost savings, one of the goals was to provide accurate, more timely information on waste shipments. As we all know, manifest data accuracy has improved over the former paper system, where there was really no validation beyond what a generator and a TSDF would do independently. We've got many new checks and balances in place with data uploads into the eManifest system. So I think we've got great successes there. And as you know, access to manifest data is now through a central portal that EPA maintains for all parties, public, generators, TSDFs, transporters, and of course the agencies as well. So we've more than achieved that goal. Third point is regarding rapid notification of discrepancies. eManifest has a process worked into it whereby discrepancies can be managed electronically between all interested parties, generators and TSDFs, and those are communicated through the eManifest system today. So that has largely been achieved. Next one is creation of a single hub for one-stop reporting of manifest data for use by EPA in the states. As I mentioned, we all know that has been achieved as well now that all manifest data is residing in a central electronic database. Next goal set by the 1-year rule was increased effectiveness of compliance monitoring and waste shipments by regulators. Again, having access to electronic data is a far cry from where we were prior to 2018, when paper manifests were the only way to access information for many of the states. Now it's accessible electronically, and it can be data mined and managed in their compliance efforts. And lastly, the potential for integrating binding reporting was a goal that EPA laid out back in prior to 2014, and we've discussed that at length already with EPA's comments of their efforts to incorporate binding reporting into the one of the enhancements to the eManifest system. So I mentioned those points again is because I think we need to really understand where we are in a process and where we're spending money through a $50 million budget to achieve what was laid out in 2014 as these underlying goals. And I think if EPA takes a hard look at that again, they'll see that they've largely achieved the majority of those goals. So in addition, I think EPA should also, we talked about in some of the comments, relook at what they consider to be a fully electronic shipment. You heard some of the testimony from comments from ETC regarding looking more broadly at waste transactions that are data plus image and managing the industry systems. If EPA would look and consider manifest transactions that are data plus image, whereby a TSDF is able to capture a signature electronically in their own industry systems and upload that data, signature data, along with the manifest data, that itself should be considered a fully electronic manifest. I think EPA should also look at streamlining the quality review process. As we talked about, the budget for the PPC, the Paper Processing Center, is roughly $24 million of the $50 million budget is dedicated to the PPC. EPA, with the retirement of the paper manifest back in, will happen in 2021, should really investigate ways to streamline and reduce the costs from that PPC. Again, data plus image being submitted in 80% of the transactions is electronic data, and the quality control should be able to be managed electronically, not through a PPC center. So a closer look at the costs and how the PPC is run, I think, is really an important part of some of the priorities of EPA going forward. I think also, as we talked about on some of the comments already, is really what's in it for a generator. You know, why would a generator register an eManifest? And looking to enhance and solve some of the compliance challenges that generator has is really an important part of getting them engaged in eManifest. So adding features that have real benefits that reduce their true costs and burdens is important. Binding reporting is one part of that, and I think EPA needs to streamline or speed that process as much as possible to have benefits through eManifest to allow a generator to generate a binding report, hopefully in the coming year for 2022. In addition, I think EPA needs to closely look at their expenditures and where they're providing or spending money on programming enhancements and target those enhancements to the biggest users of eManifest today and where those manifests are being managed. So with 80% of the manifests going through a data plus image upload, I think EPA's expenditures should recognize that, and the programming enhancement should be focused on making that process more efficient. In addition, when EPA is pushing to regulatory change, we talked about some proposed changes coming out, hopefully in 2021, proposed rule. Again, I think EPA, if there's benefits from that rulemaking that'll encourage eManifest use, EPA needs to streamline that process as much as possible and dedicate as much resources as possible to get those regulatory changes in place to benefit eManifest, and look at when they can use policy over regulatory change to get and implement changes quicker. And lastly, as you heard from ETC, and I agree strongly about this as well, EPA should consider hiring an economic advisor to really take a closer look at the eManifest budget, specifically looking at the agency's indirect costs, looking for opportunities for savings, and really validating the cost model that's in place today. So those are my highlights for where I think EPA should provide and focus their priorities in the coming year. And I guess I'll turn it to the next board member, Joshua, to add additional comments.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you, Carolyn. Thank you, Mr. Baker. I actually personally very much like following Mr. Baker because he very often provides me a very organized model to reflect my own thoughts off of. He's far more organized and deliberate in his statements than I usually am, so I very much appreciate that, Mr. Baker. Thank you. I'd like to support what Mr. Baker just said, and in the interest of not duplicating, extend out to some other comments rather than readdressing or redeveloping those. I believe it's in consideration of this question, which I think is really the heart of this meeting. Everything else flows from this question in my mind. And indeed, I think this is not just this meeting, but this is really the heart of EPA's e-Manifest program is what direction do we want to go? What is, not only what is our goal, but what direction is that goal? And in what way do we want to get there? The rest is details that in many cases necessarily flow from those very high-level initial decisions. It's been mentioned previously in comments and discussion by the board and in EPA answering questions that the ultimate goal, the holy grail, so to speak, of the e-Manifest program is a fully electronic process, notwithstanding hoped eventual integration of the US DOT hazardous material shipping papers, which, though, as I alluded to earlier, some steps, pilot programs have been instituted by DOT. Since the last meeting, I at least have not seen further steps by DOT. They started the pilot programs. I haven't seen the next step yet. I'll be looking with interest to that, and I'm hoping EPA will as well. But aside from that, and yes, I know that's a huge thing to set aside and say, hey, you can be fully electronic, except for this piece of paper you have to have. Well, then you're not electronic, and then you have to have printers or carbon paper and ink and pens and all the things associated with it, which we are ultimately the goal of the e-Manifest system, at least to my understanding, is to go fully electronic, to have a virtual world for tracking of hazardous waste shipments. If we take that goal as the ultimate goal, then one place I would disagree with Mr. Baker is we're not even close to there. We've barely taken the first steps towards that ultimate goal. And my next few comments, I'm going to preface by echoing some of the statements that have been made earlier by public commenters as well as members of the board, in that I am frankly personally amazed at the breadth of the work that the EPA staff have accomplished in a relatively short time, particularly staff that prior to this weren't effectively ISP operators and developing web-capable databases and interfaces, worlds that I as a regulator, I as an environmental specialist, are way beyond me. And they've done amazing work. And that work has gotten us to that first step. But if the goal is a fully electronic tracking of hazardous waste shipments, then no, we haven't achieved, we've barely achieved measurable progress to that. And therefore, I believe an overarching question, and I believe the board should consider in its advice to EPA that would result from this meeting, is let's take a step back and say, rather than worry about, okay, what should EPA do for the next 2 years, taking incremental, I believe we should say, what is EPA's ultimate goal? And let's look at what helps us towards that goal, or helps EPA towards that goal, and the industry as a whole towards that goal, and what is not. It may make life a little easier in some ways for the next short time, a few years, but it doesn't really get us there. If everyone would bear with me for just a minute, while I was developing this discussion, I believe a potentially very appropriate analogy came to mind, which is in this country many decades ago, there was a communication system developed to meet a need. And that communication system was the Pony Express. It was a network of small, very laboriously built, very expensive stations to house limited range riders and animals to carry messages effectively from one coast of the country to the other. It ended up starting in mid-continent and ended 3/4 of the way across the continent, but it was incredibly expensive, but it worked. And a lot of time and money was poured into the Pony Express building stations, hiring riders, maintaining horses. And at some point, the operators of that system had to start making decisions on, okay, we have something else coming along, something that will totally change, and to use a way too often used word today, revolutionize how we do business. And that was the Transcontinental Railroad. When the last spike was pounded into the Continental Railroad at Promontory Summit, the Pony Express instantly became obsolete. And work that had been done just 2 weeks previous, a month previous, to rebuild the station, to buy new horses for another particular station, were pointless. And they went away almost instantly because they'd been totally superseded. And I believe this is appropriate, and some of you may believe this is a strained analogy, but I believe it can help us. Looking at talking about spending a lot of great additional time or effort on the eManifest portal as it exists today. I believe there was a vision 10 years ago, even up to 5 years ago, that, okay, generators or transporters or TFSDFs will log into the eManifest system, and they'll happily type information in, and they'll create a manifest, and then they'll sign the manifest, and somebody else will sit down at a desk or pull out a tablet. The truck driver will get out of the truck and pull out a tablet, and they'll log into the system, and they'll sign that manifest, and this is the way it will work. It's very clear today that the market, the overarching market has spoken. And the market is saying, the Transcontinental Railroad is coming. And the tracks are being built, and we want to build those tracks. And we're just not, it's not helpful. It's not useful for us to send messages via the Pony Express anymore. Instead, we're doing the best we can to get the Transcontinental Railroad built. And again, I am in no way, shape, or form trying to discredit the work that I sure as heck couldn't even think of doing, the amazing work done by the EPA staff to build the eManifest portal. But yes, there was a tiny incremental, but frankly statistically insignificant increase in the number of manifests created fully electronically in the eManifest portal. But that number is again, it's insignificant. It's just not happening. It's not going to happen. We're not going to drive generators and TSDFs to do that. So then the question becomes, okay, how do we take the existing system and how do we fill that? How do we finish building the Transcontinental Railroad? How do we take the system that is based on either proprietary or in-house, or in the case of one of the public, several of the public commenters today, PEGX and WTS, proprietary but non-specific to a particular disposal facility or disposal company systems and integrate that data into the eManifest system. I yesterday said it seems like the Holy Grail would be, I am a broker, TSDF, transporter, consultant, or very, very large generator. There's a handful in my state, for instance, of generators that might or do create their own manifests. But that number is incredibly small, and it's not going to get any bigger. The average mom-and-pop body shop has no interest or time in creating manifests. They're going to pay someone to do that. To have them in their system assemble a waste shipment, all the data necessary, all the information, all the prep work, somehow link up with EPA, whether that's through an API or other link, click a button, a single button that says create a manifest based on this data, or create 1,000 manifests based on this data, whatever the scale needs to be to make it work for industry, because it's not working right now. And have that manifest created, the waste shipment initiates, it's tracked through the system, and then when the waste gets to the final destination, somebody else clicks a button and says, yep, this is accurate, or no, we need to change some of this data because what we actually got was different than what we expected to get, which is fairly common in real life, and finalize the manifest. That's the ultimate goal. That's the Transcontinental Railroad. And that's, I believe, very, very, very strongly where EPA's efforts and time should be devoted towards, is building the bridges between the existing industry systems, which aren't going away in the real world, and the EPA system. I do want to draw one very careful differentiation between some of the public commenters today and where I believe the board should recommend EPA should go, which is, from my perspective as a state regulatory agency, I view with grave concern a shipment that is initiated with the very existence of that shipment held only by the possessor of the waste. That is a grave concern. And while some might say, well, that's what exists today with the paper system. No, it's not, actually. The very existence of paper exists, and we can try and will it away, but pieces of paper hang around. They're incredibly durable, actually. And when a waste shipment is initiated today, the generator is supposed to, doesn't always happen, but is supposed to receive a copy of that manifest before or at the time of the waste leaving that site. And while, yes, that paper copy is held by an interested party, who, if they have nefarious interest, certainly might have an interest in changing things, it still is in existence. It exists apart from whoever handles the waste or has the waste at that time. And from a state regulatory perspective, from a liability perspective, I believe that's a critical difference. Therefore, I would strongly support, and I would recommend to the board that the board support the EPA devoting as much of its budget, as much of its priority as possible towards saying, okay, we have an eManifest system, a portal that's built, we have a paper processing and management that's built. It's not perfect, it's got some flaws, but it works. And saying, okay, those need maintenance, those need subsistence level upkeep. Keep them going, don't let them die, but devote anything and everything else towards the ultimate goal, which is saying, okay, we need to somehow develop whether they are standards, whether they are improved API portals, whether they are processes, whether they are regulations, may involve rulemaking. I think there's probably going to be some legal time spent in the next few years really looking at what would require rulemaking and what wouldn't, but to allow the manifest to be created outside of the eManifest system, notified to the eManifest system, and therefore created an eManifest system at the point of initiation of the shipment, and then at the finalization of the shipment. Again, I do believe it's critical that initial notification to the e-manifest system and the very existence of a shipment be somehow held by a party that is not in possession of the waste, essentially a third party. Today, it's not a third party. Today, it's the generator who holds a hard copy of the two-signature copy, but I believe that's the way to go. And kind of arcing back to my original analogy, I don't think building either more Pony Express stations or painting them or making them look nicer is going to help toward the ultimate goal, though it certainly makes our life for the short term a little bit easier. I think that's a really critical aspect. And with that, I think I've talked enough at this point. I may very happily respond to other board members' comments, but thank you.
Thank you so much. I believe our next associate discussant is Jill Mashak.
Thank you. Jill Mashak. I do believe that there's going to be some common themes, but hopefully I'm going to be stating this a little bit differently and be relatively succinct because I do have my comments kind of spelled out here. But number one, first and foremost, I do believe integration is a priority. So focusing on integration with key stakeholders should remain a priority, and also to obtain cost savings. Community outreach efforts should include the TSDs, but also brokers, other agents, other waste management software system developers, similar to what we heard today. Honestly, a lot of what I heard in the public comments are comments that I wanted to make anyway, so I really appreciate that information earlier today. But I think it needs to be a collaborative effort amongst multiple parties, and and yes, there's a lot of larger companies, but I think we do need to include some of those smaller ones to learn more how these systems can work with each other. Kind of as we heard about yesterday, this whole push-pull method. There's a lot of different systems out there, and so if we can kind of learn about what and how these other systems operate, I think it would be helpful. So smaller facilities may be using third-party, off-the-shelf type of waste management systems that can only be configured. They're not the larger customized management systems. So I think integration between these systems is key to increasing that percentage of electronic manifests. I think that's kind of where we've been going all along. Secondly, there was a large emphasis on data quality. If you don't have accurate data, what good are the reports and some of the other planned enhancements that we've been talking about in terms of functionality? So based on current information and data, the paper manifest, we know, is going to continue to exist for the next couple of years. And again, when I say paper manifest, that is, it's coming to the generator as a paper manifest, but then it's going to be uploaded as image only or data plus image. So based on that, we know that we're going to see those type of images, and they're going to be a high amount for the next couple of years at least, and potentially longer. So in terms of data quality priorities, completely agree with the information presented yesterday, that the ultimate responsibility is data accuracy and having the correct manifest tracking numbers and ID numbers, and facility information is a top priority to EPA. But I also believe that accurate data information entry is needed. And it is important to the generator brokers and other stakeholders who may be using that data for multiple purposes. And it was mentioned by the representative from WTS about the generator is ultimately responsible for the information or the data on the manifest. But I can tell you from my own standpoint, there is an increased amount of time that has been added it's a duplicate effort right now by not only looking at the paper copy when I'm signing a manifest before waste leaves the facility, but then going into the management system to RCRA info after the data has been uploaded or entered, and then reviewing the data again. So one of the public comments, written comments by the Association of State and Territorial Solid Waste Management Officials, believes that one of EPA's top priorities should focus on manifest quality. And they took a random sampling of manifest and found an overall, I believe, rate ranging from 10 to, I think, 86% based on kind of 3 states or member states that they had looked at, and just some of the sampling of their manifests. So I thought I would do the same, and I looked at just our top 6 manifests. There was a combination of image only and data plus image. And of those, I didn't find any significant data quality errors in terms of quantities, but I did find other type of issues. First manifest I looked at identified 5 transporters in the data, but when I clicked on the manifest, there was only 2 pages with only 3 transporters listed. So I couldn't even check to see if the dates accurately matched the paper copy because the paper copy was insufficient. Second document, or one of the other documents of the 5 or 6 that I looked at, one didn't even have the accurate manifest attached to it. It had some, I don't even want to call it a bill of lading, some document from Texas, and we're in Minnesota. I can get the typos. There's multiple typos on others. That's sufficient. We're always going to have that. Transporters listed as dummy or illegible, you know, that's fine, because ultimately if the paper copy right now has the signatures that are going to be the record, you know, that information is probably sufficient. But I did have, like I mentioned previously, we do a lot of work with PCBs, and there's a PCB continuation sheet that identifies all the electrical equipment and serial numbers, and they're all unique numbers, and dates removed from service for disposal, and other information that's required by TSCA to either be on the manifest or on a separate continuation sheet. And none of that information was even uploaded into the system, and that was a data plus image. And so point being is, you know, if we were to be inspected, or if an inspector is looking at the data, I mean, to me, that potentially raises questions. So although I hear what everybody is saying, I do believe that there is a critical need still for the paper processing center and for having some type of QA, QC above and beyond, just specifically to kind of the top sections of that data. So it'd be nice to be more transparent with the funds and how they're being spent at the paper processing center, and specifically the QA and QC. So I kind of mentioned this already, but I just wanted to allude to, you know, with the integration, once there is an integration, as a generator, you're going to see that information on the front end. I'm going to see what the manifest says. I'm going to see all with the exception of maybe all the additional transporters, all the information from a continuation sheet or quantities, they are going to be identified, because now we're collaborating and we're working together. And it's not just taking one document and uploading it. So it is a goal to continue to move towards the full integration and the full electronic manifesting. I can't emphasize that enough. And then point being that there should be a priority that the majority of the the point being is that a majority of these manifests are going to continue to be paper plus image and data. And therefore, we're going to continue to see these types of errors. So I really feel that there needs to be an emphasis on making sure that the information is accurate, because right now there isn't that cost savings, and I know we're not going to see it till later, but it's almost a double. There's the time to not only to confirm the manifest has been uploaded, but typically it takes multiple times of reviewing and going into the system, even though you are receiving a weekly notification emailed. There's time to review the data files, or making sure the information is keyed in correctly. If there's errors, determining who can make and correct those errors. Does it have to be done by EPA? Can it be done by myself? And then going in and confirming those corrections have been made. So bottom line is, we need to solve these issues with integration on the front end, which means, fully working towards that complete electronic manifest. So, and then lastly, really quick, is the system functionality. I do believe that still is a priority. And of course, the biennial reporting functionality and additional reporting that may include other hazardous waste reports, and or also the TSCA PCB wastes, such as annual document logs or annual reports. So it's a good win for everybody if we can get the data in correctly and get the outputs. And so I just kind of wanted to thank you for my time and for being able to share my comments. Thank you.
Jill, thank you so much for your comments. Our last associate discussant, that's a tongue twister to say that, is Cindy Walzak. Thank you, Cindy.
Hi, thank you. I wasn't surprised, but I was very disappointed to hear ETC confirm what I thought, which is that they don't think the TSDFs are ever going to use EPA's e-manifest system on CDX. So what I would like to see EPA make a priority is to fully understand why that was said and attempt to overcome it, work with them. I think the Pegasus rep talked about silos. And so I'd like to see EPA work with the TSDFs and see how those silos can be broken down, or Josh called it building bridges, which I think is good. But I think as long as the TSDFs are not able or willing, or there's obstacles for them to using the e-manifest system, we're going to continue to see the 0.3%. So I really hope that EPA would spend a lot of energy, time, and resources understanding what those problems are and how together they can be overcome. Having said that, without capitulating to the TSDFs, because I do think it's problematic if the TSDFs are fully in control from point A to point C, and the generator, who legally has responsibility, doesn't have the opportunity to interact with the system. So I don't suggest that EPA should capitulate. And but on the other hand, if we don't secure the cooperation of the TSDFs, we're certainly in a world of hurt in terms of getting this system to be fully utilized. Thank you.
Cindy, thank you so much. Fred, we were scheduled to have a break at 2:45. We're a few minutes past that. I don't know if you wanted to give everyone a break now or how you want to manage our time.
Yeah, can we go to break now and then come back from break and finish Charles' question 1? When we come back, we'll give the rest of the board an opportunity to provide input on Charles' question 1. So we're scheduled for a 15-minute break. So can we take a 15-minute break? Can we come back at actually I'll add a couple more minutes to it just to make it even. 3:10 p.m. Eastern time. Is that okay with everyone?
That's good.
Okay,
all right,
great.
Thanks, Fred.
Great. Okay, see y'all shortly. And we are back from break. I'm give everyone a moment to make sure we got them all online and back to their computers. I'm going to hand it over to Carolyn when she's ready to open the question up for the remainder of the board. Question 1A.
Yep, here I am. So if we're ready.
I think so.
All right then. So we had heard from our lead and associate discussants, and I think the question is whether any of the other board members have additional comments to make on charge question 1A. I think Terry has his hand up.
Thanks, Carolyn. Terry, ADQ. Yeah, I just wanted to really echo what Jill was expressing, as well as the other board members. I do think there needs to be a larger focus in the quality of what's being entered. I know for Arizona, we use the manifest data along with our self-reporting data to develop our inspection list, to meet our grant commitments. And so that was one of the things we saw early on was, discrepancies in the quality of the data that we're getting from eManifest. Now, I don't know whether that's whether that quality issue is from the data and image, so if there's just that quality not coming from the TSDs in the data transmission, or is that entry on image only manifest? I do not know those details. But as Jill mentioned, the SWAMO letter, 85% error rate is huge. And so I know that we've had to spend probably 3 times the amount of time reviewing the manifest data as part of our inspection protocols than what we normally would have when we were doing the entries ourselves. So I do think there needs to be an emphasis on either whether it's coming from the TSDFs and the ones that are certifying the records, or it's coming out of the paper processing center where they're being entered there. I don't know, but definitely needs to be a further evaluation on that, especially considering that your proposal has your operational overhead at 51%. To have that many errors, it just seems really, really high. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. I see that Joshua has his hand up, but I also want to make sure if any of the members of the board that haven't asked a question yet want to or make a comment. Michael?
Sure, thanks. I just also want to hammer on the QA/QC. I think you can't really get past, it's the system's fully stood up now, right? It's populated. You've got plenty of data in there, and now the question is how good is the data? And I know that it's somewhat difficult to compare it to the prior system because there wasn't one. So this is the only system we have, and I think, as Steve said, this is the best eManifest system in the country. I believe he said yesterday. That's quotable. But it really needs to. I don't think anybody can overstate enough how much QA/QC is vastly important to this whole enterprise. But it also, and I know there's been some discussion, some push, like the states can edit the data, we can go correct things and whatnot. Is maybe there needs to be an upfront solution in the paper center. If a manifest comes in and they're doing, it's a image plus data or whatever, or just paper, and they're putting it in. If you've got one that's, say you've got an image and data, and the data's wrong, it doesn't match the image, reject it back to the TSD and charge them to send it back in again. Maybe something like that would make people on the source end be more careful on that, because there would be a penalty on it, and it wouldn't be an enforcement level thing, which would be it's what it is. To do enforcement, that's a big effort. Who does it go to? Does it go to EPA region? Does it go to the state? Maybe you just bounce it back saying inaccurate, redo, resubmit. and give me 20 bucks. Maybe something like that would make, after a certain point, they would at that end realize, hey, we've got one person who's costing us about 12 grand a week. Maybe that would then help rectify that situation. But something like that. Again, it's not punitive. It doesn't go down on their permanent record. It doesn't flag them as a significant non-complier in record info and all the derivative federal systems, but it would address it. And I think maybe something like that could be helpful, because again, as everyone has been saying, accuracy is just huge. And I think right about now, I'll stop where I started, is it's fully stood up now. You've got all this data in there, and now we're all starting to use it at the state level for inspection planning. The inspectors using it at site visits and all this kind of thing. And it's, the more people use it, the more they're going to realize that there are issues, and there's a we know what the fail rate is right now. But just come up with a creative solution to push back. That might be very helpful. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Michael. Joshua?
Thank you, Carolyn. Thank you, Mr. Hurley. I also would like to come back to the error QA/QC question, because I think this is a question of much larger import than I'm unsure whether EPA recognizes, and I mean that with no disrespect. But Mr. Hurley just a few minutes ago said, well, this is the best national manifest system that exists. It's true. I absolutely support that. He then appended that by saying, well, we don't have any experience with what would have been before because we didn't have anything before. That's where I can say Minnesota does have experience with what came before. Minnesota had its own state system and ran into quite a few of the challenges we as a board and making recommendations to the agency are facing. Some of those problems were successfully tackled, though in a low technology way, which doesn't help us very much, unfortunately. Others of those problems weren't fully resolved, and it's that unmet challenges that I think we do need to take a closer look at, or recommend EPA take a closer look at. There's a phrase in engineering or in computer sciences, where it originally came from, doesn't matter, but garbage in, garbage out, GIGO. If we put data into a system and we don't have confidence in that data, then anything resulting from that data, anything coming out, is useless. If we don't have confidence in what's going in, then there's no ability to have any confidence in what's coming out. And some of the numbers that were thrown around yesterday are scary numbers, as I remarked at that time. These are numbers which just make us, from a regulatory perspective and a public protection, which is what the business we're all in, whether we're on the side of the table of a state regulatory agency, a federal regulatory agency, or a customer service driven business whose job it is to protect the public by properly managing nasty stuff. We're all in the same business. We are not opposed to each other. This is not it shouldn't be a confrontational relationship. We're all engaged in the common enterprise. We have different roles in that enterprise, but we're all engaged in a common purpose. We don't want people to be hurt by bad stuff. And we want to figure out how to make sure that the bad stuff gets to where it's supposed to go. That means we got to track it. Hey, let's use something to track it. We'll call it a manifest. That's what we're doing here. We're all in this together. And if we don't have confidence in the records we are keeping of those transactions, that action of shipping hazardous waste, then we're not accomplishing our common goal of protecting the public. Because again, we're all in this together. It's not states versus industry or industry versus federal government. We're all together. We want this to work. We really do. We all want it to work. So looking at errors, however, I think there's been different issues that have been conflated by some of the public commenters and in some of the discussion yesterday and today. I believe it would be helpful to look at two different aspects. One, I'll call process errors. These are errors resulting from scanning or transcription or typographical errors. I have a set of data, whether that's written down or printed on a piece of paper, we'll call it a hard copy manifest, or whether it's in my electronic computer system that doesn't interface with another system, so I have to manually enter it, or even if it's electronically converted, maybe those electronic conversions aren't fully accurate, and then I've got something that's transposing data or changing units or changing data elements and substituting one thing in for another. We've seen all these things in real life. Those are process errors. Those can be addressed within the process. I believe it's important that we do that, and I believe it's important that EPA, excuse me, I apologize, qualify the errors it's seeing and saying, okay, we have a manifest number which doesn't seem to exist. Is that because it's a process error that the manifest underlying it, the shipment of waste, whether it was documented electronically or whether it was documented on paper, really doesn't matter. Whether the number assigned to that shipment actually existed and is correct for this one, or was there a scanning error? Was there somebody manually typing and there was an error? Or is this an actual error? And I'm going to use that term. There may be a better term if there is. I hope somebody corrects me, please. Actual error, where we have a number which appears to be correct. It's 12 characters and it's properly formatted, and then as best as we can tell, there's no transcriptions. It just doesn't exist, or it's incorrect. It was a rogue printer in the case of one brought up by EPA yesterday. Or if we're talking about other data elements, such as the one that for my agency is really a key indicator, if not the key indicator, the generator ID number, or does this number exist? Yes or no? If it doesn't exist, is this a process error? Okay, that's easily fixed. Now, it may be hard to find. It may be hard to figure out why it happened, but once we know it's a process error, it's easy to fix. And it can be fixed either by the data submitter, or it can be fixed on agreement of all parties by the possessor of the data, EPA, or potentially a state, although I think state role in that type of correction should be limited. Or it is an actual error. Is this a site which is supposed to have an ID number and doesn't, so somebody made one up for it? We've seen that. Is it a site which is using somebody else's ID number? So the ID number exists, but it's not tallying with the address, or it's not tallying with the business name, or according to the state records, it was inactivated years ago and shouldn't be used by anybody, even though it still exists in RCRA info and still exists in the state system. Those are actual errors, and those, I believe, are far more insidious and dangerous because they indicate actual potential waste mismanagement or actual improper actions by parties. Again, the ultimate goal is to make sure the bad stuff gets to the good place. Along the way, we want to make sure that we understand who is handling it, when they handled it, what they handled, so that we can address concerns about liability and responsibility and the other things that go along with that. Those are all the trappings of the data elements in the manifest and what we're looking at. Those errors, I believe, are much more critical, and I believe it's imperative that EPA address those errors differently and separately and recognize that they're different errors. Those errors generally cannot be addressed by a TSDF because very often, in my experience as a state regulator, it's the TSDF that input that data. Now, they may have done so completely innocently because they were given bad data by a customer. They may have done so through absolutely completely innocent omission, i.e., they forgot to update their computer system with a new ID number, or somebody at that particular company didn't change over a customer's data from one customer to another customer, which is now at the same address, but it's a different company, and so forth. those errors in the state of Minnesota's experience commonly are a surprise to the data submitter, in this case the TSDF, because again, they're usually innocently made. They come from other sources, but they're very important. So when we're talking about QA/QC and we throw out a number and say, well, 5% error, that number doesn't mean much unless we know whether that's a process error. Excuse me, it doesn't mean much towards how we fix it unless we know whether it's a process error or an actual error. It does have meaning, though, that it means that it exists as an error, meaning the system does not have reliable data in which we can have confidence. Ultimately, I believe the board should consider advising EPA or recommending to EPA that quality control and the separation of errors become one of the prime functions of EPA and the EPA manifest staff and operations. If our ultimate goal, as I believe it should be, is the assemblage of data elements in a proprietary system or a company-held system, because frankly, that's the way it exists today. And I have no quibble whatsoever with the industry representatives today who commented that the data is coming from the vendor or a broker, whether it's an independent broker such as WTS or PEGX, or, excuse me, I'm not sure if it's PEGX or Pegasus. I've heard both today, so I apologize to that public commenter if I'm mispronouncing their company name, or whether it's coming from the actual waste manager, whether that's Veolia, whether that's Clean Harbors, doesn't matter, it's coming from them. It's being assembled by them. They connect with the EPA, say, hey, there is a waste shipment being initiated. So there is an independent record of that, or a record held by somebody who doesn't hold the waste. Shipment's done. They update the record and say, hey, got to its proper place on this date and time. We're all happy. That's great. That involves minimal EPA action at that time. EPA's role there is to facilitate the data transfer and facilitate the data acceptance, and of course maintenance of the data system. But EPA's bigger and more important role then becomes, is this reliable data? And I believe, again, that's where a large emphasis should be. I don't believe, as I believe I heard from EPA staff yesterday, that, well, you know, we're going to look at QA/QC. We believe it's important, but there's a few key staff. There's a few staff that can do that. In the end, when at the penultimate time from Minnesota system, which was handling hard copy paper manifests and scanned electronic copies, so we were functioning very similar to the paper processing centers. State of Minnesota was doing all those actions. The grunt work could be either done very quickly or could be fielded out to contractor staff. The skilled, expensive, time-consuming work was looking at the flags, looking at the error flags and saying, okay, here's a stack of 20 manifests which they couldn't enter. Why? Well, okay, this one, that's just a simple, obvious typo. Here's the scan. We finally got a copy of the hard copy manifest by asking for it, and the scan just wasn't good enough. So that 2 looked like a 5. Okay. Or the actual errors where we said, there's a site using somebody else's number, a company way across town. That needs to be looked at. That's an error. It's being kicked out of our system because it's an actual problem. And identifying what the errors are then leads to how to fix them, and that, I believe, is going to take more time and more effort to do properly so that we all have confidence in the data in the system than EPA may recognize at this time. When Minnesota shut down its system as eManifest launched, the bulk of the time and effort that Minnesota was expending on manifest data management was in the QA/QC. It was not in data entry or data handling. It was in the QA/QC. That ate up the bulk of our staff time. And I think that's something that EPA needs to consider strongly. Thank you.
Thank you, Joshua. Tom Baker has his hand up.
Yeah, thanks, Carolyn. So I just want to spend just a few minutes and try and provide some more context to the comments that we need to really work, EPA to work with industry, the hazardous waste facilities on integration with industry systems, which is, I think, one of the more critical issues here that is really the crux of where we're at with 80% image plus data and not fully electronic. And I think it's important to put some of the comments that we heard earlier in proper context. Quite frankly, I think there's some mischaracterization of TSDFs and viewing them as uncooperative in this process. And in some cases, comments that may lead you to believe they're overcharging their customers with manifest transaction fees. So I want to take a step back to the reason we're here today to begin with on this e-manifest journey is because of the efforts in large part by ETC and its member companies to support the e-manifest effort and secure funding from Congress to support the efforts that we have today to allow us to program an e-manifest system. So it's, for those that are not familiar with the history of this program, there was a lot of effort. It has been a lot of ongoing effort from ETC and its member companies to get us to where we're at today with this program. So there's a very cooperative exchange with EPA and the hazardous waste TSDFs to try to make this program work and work effectively. And in fact, when e-manifest was rolled out in 2018, the TSDFs were given a very short time frame to take their manifest data from the industry systems and get it to EPA in an efficient and accurate manner. And they did so, I think, quite effectively. By my count, looking at the math here, we have over 3.7 million manifests that have been successfully uploaded by the hazardous waste facilities to EPA's e-manifest system as data, not as paper, as electronic data. So I want to make sure we put all this in the proper context of where we've been and where we're going. And looking at the industry systems, this is a very mature industry that's been in place for 30 years plus. These companies have built industry systems to allow them to manage their customers' waste, collect the waste, profile it, pick it up, create manifests, get it to their facilities, receive it, process it, in many cases treat it, bill the customers, and manage data through reporting for agency purposes, as well as customer purposes. A lot of the data that the industry manages is based on customer requirements for managing and returning manifest data back to generators and customers. So it's a very customer services based industry. And if there is a way and a benefit of going electronic, fully electronic with e-manifest, where you can integrate with the systems from industry and show where there's true cost savings and true burden reduction, I think you'll find a way to successfully move this program to different areas where we're not at today, when we're focused today on mainly an 80% data plus image upload. So I think it's important, again, to understand if we're going to move ahead with industry systems, I think it's really important for EPA to understand how those systems work today. I know there was meetings several years ago with EPA officials and EPA members on this group, on the e-manifest team, to understand, how the manifesting activities and waste tracking activities work at the TSDFs. I think it might be time again to revisit some of those joint meetings and have some of the EPA staff visit the hazardous waste facilities and really get a firsthand look at some of the challenges in managing manifest data. So that is my additional comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Joshua, I can't tell if your hand is just still up from before or whether you have an additional comment.
Thank you, Carolyn. The good news is I accidentally left it up, but I do have an additional question, so that worked out well. I'll lower it now, though, so that doesn't happen again. I'd like to follow up on Ms. Walzak's comments and ask for some clarification, because I want to make sure I understood her. Cindy, were you saying that we seem based on the EPA's presentations and indeed our own individual experiences that we bring to this board, that it seems clear that right now the industry, meaning generators and transporters and TSDFs, are not using the e-manifest system through CDX. Are you meaning the e-manifest portal, essentially the web portal, or are you meaning a data exchange? Because I'm not sure what you were referring to, and I want to make sure I'm understanding your comment. Thank you.
I was paraphrasing a comment from Dave with ETC, but I think I understood what he was saying, which is that the larger TSDF, well, every TSDF I work with is not going to entertain my request to do a fully electronic manifest. Does that answer your question?
It does, and it sounded like, well, I'll ask it a different way, sorry. Do you believe it would be more effective to reach out to generators and encourage generators and other handlers in the chain to use the existing system and expend and put the time and effort and priority on pushing towards the existing system, or do you believe it would be more effective to push towards a different system than we have available right now today?
I didn't propose either. What I proposed really was very much like what Tom proposed at the end of his comment, which is that EPA should, I believe, understand the hurdles facing the TSDFs and work with the TSDFs cooperatively so that it's win-win between us all. Because, and to answer your question, I don't, whether we use the current CDX system or a different system, or there's a way for generators and brokers to interact with private systems. I mean, I don't really have an opinion on that. But I think I sense that TSDFs, well, I don't sense it. It was stated by ETC that there's hurdles to using the current system. And the only way really to resolve that is for EPA to understand those hurdles and attempt to come to some sort of place that everybody can participate without excessive burden. And again, Tom said the same thing at the end of his comments, which is maybe it's time for EPA to come back in and see what we have, what we do, how we do it. And I think that would be a first step, because if EPA can have an intimate sense as to what hurdles and challenges they face, they're in a better position to overcome those, build bridges, tear down silos.
Thank you. I apologize if you felt I was putting you on the spot. I wanted to make sure I understood what you were saying previously. So thank you for the clarification. I apologize. It seemed I was pushing you. I absolutely wasn't intending to.
All right, thank you. Any other comments on Michael?
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to put a marker out there for the future. It just occurred to me a little while ago, when we were talking about all these things, is we should have had a walkthrough of what the user or the generator or anybody logging into to the federal system, what they see, because we are by and large, well, three of us are anyway, are state people. We see the state user portal, portal. Anybody from industry sees a different kind of thing, but it might have been helpful to sort of better get our bearings, I suppose. It would have been a good idea. So for next time, put that marker out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other board members with comments on charge question 1A? And if not, we will get ready to move to 1B.
Oh, I'm sorry, Carolyn. I forgot to tell you one thing. Before we move on to Charles' question, 1B, we're going to very quickly ask the agency to make sure they are clear on everything they heard. Are you clear? This is to the agency. Are you clear on everything that you heard? You have any
Yes, this is, yeah,
clarification questions?
this is Steve. I checked with the team. We have no clarifying questions at this point.
Okay, great. Thank you, Steve. Okay, on the question. Okay, next question then.
All right. So question 1B, are there other factors EPA should consider when finalizing its proposed priorities and budget? And the lead discussant is Michael Hurley.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, so the more I thought about this, it's sort of the obvious question is, is we've defined e-manifest. We know what it is, but that's now several years old and may no longer really be accurate, right? So, and even when you speak of, full electronic, a full electronic manifest, maybe that's, if we've got 80% of, imaging data, if that's kind of where we are, is maybe the goal really could be moved from full electronic to full participation, right? So that you at least have a check-in at the beginning of this whole manifest journey by the generator, the transporters will look at. Because I think that, we kind of originally were looking to replace the paper manifest with all the steps along the way. And the more we've been talking around this and all the different, the industry points of view and the agency points of view, I think we'd all be satisfied at a certain level, of course, with really accurate data that everybody agrees is accurate, and it's and all that, and that would actually bring costs down. That's really oversimplified, but I think that's maybe the first thing that needs to happen is to kind of take a look at this and say, okay, well, we had planned on something. We got that pretty much. Here we are. This is what's going on. What do we want? Where do we want to go with this? Do we want to argue that the status quo isn't really happening and the real push is to go to full electronic because that's the goal? And maybe the bigger issue is to have really accurate data and to have everybody participating aggressively in that project. Other than that, I think the two areas really need to be focused on are data, again, data quality, and then user engagement. And you guys do a great job of communication and outreach, and there's like a call every 5 minutes. We got a lot of emails. It's almost exhausting. But I'm an agency person and I get this kind of stuff, and I'm also, I'm a fan, so I do read all of it. But how do we do outreach to the user? Can we put something in their account? How do we get them to go in there and do their part of this? And I know Josh had used the term, I think it was login fatigue. And so even if you were using an industry application, it's a phone app or whatnot, the system of record is still record info. So you do have to go in there and look at it. So how do you, without having to go through multiple logins to go to an industry thing or to look at a report from your the TSD or what have you, I think you're stuck. You have to log into record info. So maybe everything else just writes back to it. And again, that would be a larger discussion of, well, maybe they don't need to use all this stuff as long as they go in and validate that the information is accurate and complete in record info. You know what I mean? So anyway, I kind of think we're either in a box, and the box is what the box is, and everything's fine. Or we can decide the box is okay, but we need to get a little bit further on, or make this a better box. I don't know. I hope I didn't get a little too transcendental on that, but let's all discuss this now, and I'll have more to say after that. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. All right, Tom Baker is next as associate discussant.
Okay, thanks, Carolyn. So just one suggestion, and I'm not even quite sure it has have a huge benefit on reducing some expenses, but I think it has merits for at least EPA to consider, and that's reconsidering what we have today as a 4-tiered category structure for manifest submissions and going just as simply a two category fee structure. So we're going to lose the paper manifest mid-year, as we know, so that'll go away. But I think looking at manifest data submissions, it should really be looked at it in 2 different groups. One is paper manifest submission, which is the image. It's an electronic image, but it's just an image. And then the rest of the data being submitted is electronic. It's full manifest electronic, or it's manifest data plus image, which is again an electronic transmission. So there may be benefit of streamlining down to 2 categories, simplifying the burden on billing processes potentially. I think it's something that EPA should be considering. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Joshua Berman is next.
Thank you, Carolyn. Thank you, Mr. Hurley. Thank you, Mr. Baker. I really appreciate, Michael, you referring back to things I've said earlier, because you spurred my mind to circle back to them, and that's very helpful. I've been scribbling madly while both you and Mr. Baker were talking. And Tom, I was absolutely listening, and I wrote a bunch of things based on what you just said too. I think Mr. Hurley brought up a fantastic point, and it's circling back to, I believe, the same analogy I brought up earlier in response to the previous charge question, which is, what is our ultimate goal? Is our goal to say, the box we're in a box? I believe we are in a box. Is the box we're in comfortable? If it is, do we want to stay here? Or do we want to leave the box? And if we want to leave the box, then we need to make sure the box doesn't fall apart. But we need to start getting out of it and climbing out and getting into the next world we want to be in. If our goal is to make the box as comfortable as possible, actually we're pretty far there. According to EPA's numbers, we're 85% there. That's great. But I personally don't believe that living in a box is where we want to be. I think we want to be out in the bigger world that gives us freedom to do other things. And that does mean a vision change. I believe, as I said a little earlier, I believe 10 years ago when we had meetings in Chicago and Washington, D.C., and 5 years ago when we had, we were building things, EPA was building things, and the states and industry were giving them lots of advice on what to build and how to build it, and sometimes what tool to hold and how to hold it, and EPA graciously didn't get too frustrated with all of us trying to push and pull at them. But what we'd envisioned being built then and how it would be used, again, it's not what the market wants. It's not what the community who we are serving ultimately is going to use. The data doesn't lie. It shows that people, regardless of how much time and effort, because we have put a lot of time and effort into outreach, and EPA, I believe, has taken the comments of this advisory board as well as other parties into its operations. And from the beginning, from my perspective personally, it was kind of opaque what was going on in EPA and hard to talk to the key people or make comments to them. Now, I'll be honest, I don't attend the vast majority of e-manifest planning, communication, and other sharings, whether they're meetings or webinars, because for better or for worse, have other parts of my job that I have to do, and they are flooding the bandwidth with pushing information out and saying, hey, we're changing this. We changed the color on the underside of this person's shoe. Okay, awesome, great. And I'm not making fun of that. It's a level of data which, frankly, and this is apart from the purview of this board, but other parts of EPA could learn from, because this communication effort is not universal at EPA. And this is actually a standout program. It's by far. But we're spending time and effort on trying to get people to use something that they're not using. And they've made it pretty clear, whether they're generators, transporters, or TSDFs, that just isn't going to work for them. It's not going to be something that is in the end successful. And so I think we need to move outside the box unless we want to stay there. And staying there means keeping a hard copy paper manifest, having things mailed all over, and then the end data being submitted, which makes the e-manifest system not an e-manifest system. It makes it an electronic manifest data repository, which, if that's what we want, okay, we have a very successful database. That's what we've got. But I don't believe that's where we want. I honestly, speaking back to Mr. Baker's comments, we wouldn't be here today if the hazardous waste management industry hadn't pushed Congress, not just EPA, this took enabling legislation, pushed Congress to say, we want to not live in a box. We want something different. We think everybody's going to be better off if we can build something different. And by the way, would you please tell EPA that they have to do this? Congress did. EPA responded and said, hey, let's do it. So I think we all want, I shouldn't say we all, I think we do want something different. The majority of the parties do want something different, which means we need to look and say, an e-manifest portal that's web-based, it's nice for the occasional user. It's not going to be the primary, and it's not even going to be maybe even long-term, ultimately. Paper-based manifests are paper-based manifests, whether we're submitting scans to EPA or we're mailing, or we're just submitting data from paper manifests. At core, the paper manifest system still exists. Nothing has really changed except, hey, there's a new requirement for data for EPA to run a database. That's not, I believe, what the goal should be or what the goal is. And therefore, we need to take much bigger steps. And it does involve a vision change, to use Mr. Hurley's words. Towards that end, but also towards the end of making what we've got now work better, or even transition into what we can do later, is going to heavily focus on user engagement. And that means getting, to a great extent, the generators involved. I don't work in the management industry. Mr. Baker, Ms. Mayshak, ETC, WTS, all of you probably have a much better sense of the proportion of transporters and TSDFs, particularly the TSDFs and consultant brokers or waste brokers who are registered with the e-manifest system and interacting with this system. I suspect and I believe, and please somebody correct me if I'm wrong, that that proportion is fairly high, that it's probably very high, that there's probably very few that haven't, because if nothing else, designated facilities have to interact with the system to upload the data into the system. That was potentially either a deliberate or unintentional benefit of how EPA did build the system, is, hey, if you're a TSDF, you got to play. You got to involve with the system. The same can't be said for generators. The numbers that the EPA shared this morning are dismal. And that is not a statement to cut EPA, because all you were doing was presenting facts. Stephen Donnelly is presenting the world as it is. It's just that's really bad news. So we have to get people involved, because even if we say, okay, we're moving out of the box in 2 years and we are going to have a fully electronic system, the generators have to play and they are going to have to participate. To get to those hurdles, I think there's some things EPA, and I believe the board should consider at least whether to recommend to EPA, which is why I'm bringing it up here. Some steps that could enlist other partners and assist generators to move in there. Mr. Hurley referred a few minutes ago to a statement I made either at the last meeting or the meeting before that, which is login fatigue. At last count, I think I personally have 60 or 70 online accounts at various places, each with its own username, each with its own password, each with its own login website, and I have to go to each of them for various reasons at various times. How do I know I have this many? Because I can't memorize even 1/10 of that. So yeah, I've got them on a spreadsheet. Computer security people, close your ears. I've got them on a spreadsheet, and that tells me, wow, I haven't even been to the site in 2 years, but I got to keep the account because XYZ, or I need it for this, or I need it for that. Businesses, in my experience as a state regulator, are in exactly the same place, and probably many businesses, or the people at those businesses, because that's who we're talking about, people, have even more, because now you've got the personal ones plus the business ones. And saying, hey, we need you to go register with eManifest. We have to show them benefits. We have to show them clear benefits, or we have to require it. And I believe that's the carrot and stick, or carrot and if you will, bulldozer, because I don't like hitting people with a stick, but pushing with a bulldozer. Okay. One step that I think EPA should consider is long-term, potentially mandating registration of generators with the eManifest system and saying, you can use a paper manifest if you want. The statute requires us to allow you to, that's fine. But you have to register with the eManifest system, and that's an inspectable item. And yes, that's the heavy hand of government, but at least it says to the business, this is important. It's not just something that's, yay, great. Part of that, but not without that push, is many states, including my own, currently require generator businesses and other generators to register with the state and maintain an active account. I would like to float EPA at least taking a look at, and it may be that there's legal restrictions or prohibitive standards that may preclude this, but EPA to at least look at whether state standards could be either established or recognized that would allow state information for users to be accepted by EPA from the state and then used in the eManifest system, i.e., if a user, an individual person at a generator business, has to register with the state, as they do in Minnesota, and maintain an account, and maintain a password, and maintain security standards. They have to prove their identity. They have to establish login, not password, sorry, the word's escaping me, but login criteria. They have to meet security standards and prove when they log in that, yes, it's me. Yes, I'm speaking on behalf of this business and I'm doing this. If that could be used by EPA for entry into at least limited aspects of the eManifest system. If you don't want to give somebody who hasn't directly registered with eManifest the right to create new manifests, okay. But at the very least to access manifests, because then that makes it a one-stop shop. Because again, the state of Minnesota already requires this. No new mandate by EPA is required. There's no heavy hand of government. Minnesota's already being the heavy hand of government in this aspect. We have a database of current, updated annually, of current individual people and emails and contact information and security and full identity information for at least one person at every hazardous waste generator in the state that we're aware of. Yeah, there's a few we don't know about, but they shouldn't be shipping. That is a trove of users, which is already known. It's already interacting with a state system at least once a year, and that could be a stepping stone for this state, and I believe there's many others that states are doing something similar, that would be at least a buy-in to then get them to the next level. If EPA again says, according to Chrome Air standards, we can't give these users unless they directly register with us and meet the Chrome Air standards through a federal system, only through us. And I understand that may exist, but I believe it should be looked at. We can't give them full rights. If they can at least have limited rights, create a user category. Once they're in the system, or once they have access to the system to see things, now you can directly give them information. As Mr. Fura pointed out, now you can put banner ads on their login page or on any pages they look at that give them information. You don't have to rely on them responding to an email, responding to an ad campaign, responding to outreach. They're already there. They're in the system. Then you can put a pop-up that says, you have limited access. Please register with eManifest so you can do all this much more. You've got them there. And the click-through rate, to use a term, I believe I'm using it correctly, would probably be dramatically higher than effectively cold calls or emails, which often go to spam folders and are never read, and other outreach efforts. I believe EPA should at least look at that potential because we have engagement from the users at the state level. It's getting them to the federal level. It's that one more login, it's that one more action that the incredibly busy owner of a mom and pop body shop just doesn't have time to do in the real world, and they probably won't, unless they're either forced to or we make it incredibly easier. So that's something I believe EPA should at least look at, or two things I think they should at least look at. Thank you.
Thank you, Joshua. So Cindy Walzak is next.
Thank you. I don't have anything to add.
Okay, all right. Any other comments from the board on charge question 1B? Tafik?
Thank you, Caroline. Tafik Kosar. I just would like to add a few things on this charge question, since in our prior board meetings, as the advisory board, we have highlighted a couple of issues, and one of them was the importance of involving all stakeholders at each and every step of the process, taking their input, informing them about the outcomes. And today, after hearing some of the public responders, I think this is becoming more and more important. One of the public responders mentioned that the generators may not be even aware of what is contributing to the fees they are paying to the disposal facilities. And there was an example mentioned which says the generators may not know how, they may not know that they are paying X amount of dollars per manifest because the disposal facility has chosen image-only manifest over electronic manifest, and they could have saved up to 50% or more if the disposal facility supports electronic manifest, and provided that as an option to the generator. So basically, the lack of information on the generators in terms of what is contributing to their cost may result in the low adaptation of the electronic manifest. That was one of the messages I have received, and in that sense, I think this is a very important statement and a very important message. And this tells us the EPA should spend more effort and become or be more aggressive in reaching out to all of the stakeholders, and not only being completely transparent, but also making sure the information about its fee schedule and the incentives of switching to the electronic manifest, given its very low cost, is known by parties, and so that they can demand from the disposal sites, for example, to make this switch and lower the fees they are charging from the generator. So that was one of the insights from the public comment discussions. So these community engagement and outreach efforts, which should be provided by EPA, it should also include enabling share of best practices among the stakeholders. That's also something we have mentioned in one of the prior board meetings. Since we see that there are many sites which have successfully adopted eManifest, and they can definitely share their experience with other sites which are currently facing some challenges and issues in the adaptation process. But this needs to be facilitated by EPA. So, I mean, those sites cannot do this themselves. So EPA should step in, and it should facilitate this engagement between the experienced sites and maybe and less experienced sites. And of course, all of these user engagement and outreach efforts should definitely be included in the proposed budget. So when I look at the budget, I don't see a budget item dedicated for user engagement and outreach. Maybe there is one, maybe there is, it is hidden in one of the other budget items, but there should be something really very important that EPA should make sure it is budgeted properly and it is executed properly, so that all of the stakeholders are engaged, but not only engaged, informed very well, and they make informed decisions when they go to third parties or when they go to disposal sites for their contracts. So this is the first issue I wanted to mention. And another issue is, again, something we highlighted in our previous board meetings. We all know that the eManifest system is complicated, and especially first-time users or new users who want to switch to eManifest may have many technical issues in the beginning. Correct. So, I mean, in the past, we discussed issues such as the connectivity issues and other like issues related to signatures and so on. And for this reason, it is very important for EPA to provide different options for technical support and help desk services to all stakeholders regarding any issues that they may be facing with 24/7 availability. So that's something we discussed in prior board meetings. Now, when I look at the budget proposed, I see that there is a specific budget item for the help desk, which is good, but the budget item is only for $45,000 per year. And it is not really clear what it includes, what it doesn't include. But that budget item for help desk, assuming we are planning to achieve 24/7 availability in terms of the technical support, and providing different means of access to help desk and technical support. So this doesn't seem to be sufficient. So I suggest EPA to revisit this budget line and make sure the allocation is sufficient to what we envision to achieve in terms of the technical support and availability and in helping the potential and existing users. Thank you.
Tafik, thank you. Are there other board members that have comments on charge question 1B? I don't see any hands raised.
This is, yeah, we don't have, EPA does not have any clarifying questions for a 1 Part B.
All right, thank you, Steve. Fred, it is 4:09. Do
Yes.
you want to move
Yes.
on to question 2? Or how do you want to manage?
Well, this is what I was going to propose. I was going to say thank you to everyone for extremely productive day 2. Essentially giving the high productivity of the day. You know, we had a full public comment period, and we were right on schedule. And so we've accomplished a lot. And so at this point, I prefer for everyone to rest up to close out for tomorrow. Because I know this takes a lot out of people, and people are really giving their all. And trust me, we really appreciate, you know, all the hard work. This is really a robust meeting, and all the effort being put in. So let us resume for tomorrow, I propose. Carolyn, are you okay with this?
Sounds good to me.
At our normal start time at 10 a.m. Eastern time. Everyone, please enjoy the rest of your day. This meeting is officially adjourned for the day, and we will see everyone in the morning at 10 a.m. sharp. Thanks again.
Thanks, Fred.
See you.
Yeah, thank you.
Good evening.
Have a good evening.
Have a good evening.